had a good rest, and I'm going to try to do another 4 hours of stream now. So we were in the middle of collecting and learning some of the backstory in these fragments. So we're just going to keep collecting all the information and hopefully figure out a way to make this all actually not have a depressing ending for once.
ご謙遜をやはり脳に関しては入江所長は天才ですわ。何しろ脳に関しては誰も及ばない実績をお持ちなのですから。
そうですな。あなたと同じ年の医者であなたほど大勢の脳みそをご覧になってきた方はおりますまい。おめでとうございます。I don't know if that's a
good thing or bad.
私もこれで東京に胸を張って報告に帰れます。
But I
富武さんに良いお土産が持たせられて光栄です。あとニサというのはご勘弁を。どうしても馴染めませんので。というかリサさんって聞こえるんですよね。
まるで女性の名前みたいに聞こえますね。
でも二郎さんも影の立役者ですわね。なかなか成果の出せない私たちの予算を二郎さんが懸命に努力して維持してくださったおかげですわ。
いやでも今回の成果は劇的です。ひなみ沢症候群の病原体を特定し、今後の研究計画に具体的道筋をつけることができました。以後の進捗監査がとても楽しみになります。これだけの成果があれば東京はねちっこく予算を削減しろとは言いますまい。
何しろ皆さんにお出ししている缶コーヒーの予算まで削られそうになったんですものね。
富武君、東京にしっかり報告して祝杯が挙げられるくらいの予算はつけるよう愚信してあげなさい。
無知ばっかりではいかんね。飴もないとね。
その飴は予算で還元していただけると一番嬉しいのですが。
Not the wahahaha. And with that congenial atmosphere, our routine audit was over. Uri was surrounded and being questioned by National Institute of Infectious Diseases workers who had joined the cause.
高野さん、おめでとう。みんなの前では言えないけれど、今日の成果はすべて高野さんの積み重ねによるものだよ。
ありがとう、二郎さん。
Whoa. What? You want Lappy? Here, let me get the blanket.
Come here. Only Jiro-san can understand. What did he say?
これでようやく研究の舞台に立てたというと
Jiro-san and I are the
こ
only
ろね。
ones here who know that strings were pulled in order to create the Uri instance. Only Jiro-san can understand what I had to go through.
私の挑むべき相手がようやく同じ土俵に上がってくれただけ。正念場はこれからよ。
I still don't really understand why it has to be a competition.
そしてここからが最も楽しいところになりそうだけど。
Come here. Come here, kitty.
それでね、今回の件で中川本部長の方からぜひ東京で報告会をしてほしいと伝言をことづかってるんだ。アルファベットの理事会もぜひ君と会合を設けたいって言ってたよ。みんな君に直接話を聞いてみたいようだね。
あらあら、二郎さんを経由した報告じゃ物足りないのかしら。
What's going on?
いやそういう意味じゃないとは思うけどな。きっと
What, honey?
噂の美人研究員を直接見てみたいんじゃないかななんて。
あら嫌だ、二郎さんったら。
He's at the Philly Billy.
失礼します。
What?
高野さんさ、東京からお電話です。
You're rubbing my microphone.
お待たせしました。高野です。
おお、元気にやってるかの。
小泉先生、
Koizumi?
わざわざお電話をいただけるなんて
Oh, so he's
とて
still
も
alive.
恐縮でござい
Okay.
ます。
Well, for now.
いやな、ミオちゃんの研究が大金星を上げたという話が来てな、お祝いを言おうと思って電話したんだ。
ありがとうございます。
Man, I need to get a second
おかげ
webcam
さ
so
ま
I
で
can have kitty
研究
cam.
の第一段階であり最大の目標でもあったひなみ沢症候群の病原体特定に成功しました。
そうかそうか。ついにやったな、ミオちゃん。天国で高野くんもきっと大喜びしているだろうの。
まだですわ。祖父はひなみ沢症候群の病原体特定などという段階を超えて研究していました。人の思想や意志が実は人以外の寄生的存在によって支配されていた可能性、それを暴いて初めて祖父の研究は偉業と称えられるのです。世界中の思想や宗教が全て寄生虫で説明できたなら
それは愉快だの。偉そうに振る舞っとる宗教家連中が単なる寄生虫の親玉に過ぎんと立証されたら、それは本当に愉快だろうの。ぜひそんな愉快なのを見せてくれ。ミオちゃんがそれを見せてくれるまで私は天国のお迎えを断り続けてるからな。
縁起でもありませんわ。でも楽しみにしていてくださいね。きっと世界中があっと驚く発表をしてみせますから。その時に初めて世界中が祖父の偉業を知り、祖父が残した資料を奪い合って読み合うことになるでしょう。そこまで至って私はようやく祖父への恩返しを終えるのです。
高野くんが羨ましいの。私はな、金なんかこんなにいらんかった。この半分は捨ててもいい。あんたみたいな自分の志を継いでくれる孫が一人いてくれたらと思うよ。
ありがとうございます。身に余るお言葉です。
あとな、小泉のおじいちゃんからのプレゼントだ。ミオちゃん宛てにな、祝杯用のワインを1本送らせた。ミオちゃんの家の住所がわからんかったから診療所宛てにしてある。取り寄せに手間がかかってるらしいからちょっと時間がかかるかもしれんが、届いたらミオちゃんの研究を手伝ってくれた人たちを集めてそれを振る舞ってあげなさい。
祝杯用にワインなんて。はてさて、小泉先生からどんな高級ワインが届くやら。
そんな高級酒と違う。ミオちゃんも覚えとらんかね。高野くんがいつも一本のワインを大切にしておったの。
I remember. That's right, my grandfather kept a certain bottle of wine. I don't know if he bought it himself or if someone gave it to him, but he treasured it and he always said he'd open it when his research finally gained recognition. I was a child then, so I don't even remember what brand it was, but Mr. Koizumi would know. He went through all the trouble to find the same bottle of wine for this special occasion. For the first time in a while, Takano felt the same sunny warmth she experienced during her time with her grandfather.
ありがとうございます。小泉のおじいちゃん。
Almost makes me feel happy for
やっ
her.
ぱりミオちゃんにはそう呼ばれた方がしっくりくるの。どうもミオちゃんに先生と言われても自分のことだと思えなくてな。
Can't help but smile along with him. So I think Tomitaki and Ire were just having a similar exchange.
そう呼ばれる方がお好きでしたら、人前以外ではそう呼んでも結構ですわよ。
We're here. It's the owl wow wow
できれ
scene.
ば人前でもそう呼んでもらえると喜ぶんだがの。
I don't know exactly how old he is, but if he can laugh so energetically, he'll live for many more years to come.
Thank you, Kitty.
Goes to saying about living a life. Long life is true after
ミ
all.
オちゃんのような子が本当の家族だったらと思うよ。本当にな。
My grandfather had his own family, of course. Because he was so into his research, he became estranged from his wife. They were legally married, but they lived separately. I never met his family when I was a child. I only met them after my grandfather committed suicide. During his latter years, my grandfather went into psychological despair. Began to look at his life with cynicism. His condition became worse over time. He was shocked at his own dementia. He was afraid of living while his consciousness degraded. So he jumped off the rooftop of the hospital. Damn. Only my name was in his suicide note. None of his family members' names were in it. That's when all of his relatives showed up, took everything my grandfather left behind. They were afraid I was going to get his estate. They had lawyers and all that, so I backed down. They asked for everything in his study in return. These idiots don't understand the value of my grandfather's research. They're actually happy to strike a deal out of the court, and they could also get rid of the piles of papers and jars with humans' organs in them. They never showed up once while he was alive, yet like hyenas they appeared after his death. I never let them put their hands all over my grandfather's research.
それでは長くなると悪いからこれで切るな。困ったことがあったらいつでもおじいちゃんに頼りなさい。孫娘のためにいくらでも一肌脱ぐからの。
ありがとう。小泉のおじいちゃん、ミオはもっともっと頑張りますね。
Yeah, as I said, almost makes me feel happy for her. Almost. And then, like, all the sad stuff in her life almost makes me feel bad for her. Almost. Almost. If she wasn't such a bitch. Let's see. I don't think he's dead yet. Opportunist. Some other suspicion. I tried that one earlier and that one didn't work. Okay. Bat. Haven't seen the bat yet. I don't think he's dead yet. A bottle of wine. I think this one. No? God damn it. She hasn't received it yet, but they talked about it. Okay. Rena hasn't been talked about yet. Riga family's move, that hasn't happened yet. Maybara hasn't happened yet. Sea urchin. I don't know. So I guess once more we're gonna have to look at... I don't think he's died yet, but... No, okay. There's gotta be one of them I haven't seen yet. Deja vu! Park incident, I have not. No. I'm just gonna click on each of them until I figure out which one I can actually look at. Because one of them I clicked on earlier didn't make sense that I could access it, but I could, so... Okay. Okay, not this one, not this one, not this one. We've already done that one. Her aunt's not dead yet. No, okay. What am I missing? I thought it was this one, but it won't let me click on it. Oh, this one? Okay. I did not know he called the... I don't remember him calling the institute yet, but okay. The gathering place inside of the Furude Shrine is in fact the headquarters of the Onigafuji Guardians. Normally a shrine would be calm and quiet, but there are anti-dam signs everywhere making it very obvious what this location has become. There are over 30 members of the Guardians here at the moment, and they are having a heated conversation about their plans of the future. Although this meeting place is on the Furude family's property, it's a community facility, so it closes at 9. Of course, sometimes the discussion gets so heated that it goes on past closing time, but meetings are supposed to end by 9. If a discussion ends early, they usually chit-chat until that time. That's what usually happens. Of course, they mostly talk about the dam even when they chit-chat. They talk about someone's mistreatment at the government office, or someone getting arrested unjustly, or complain that people at the dam construction site are too violent. Since it's idle chatter, the topics are slightly emotional, and because of that, there was a good deal of bad-mouthing the Hojos.
そしたらさ、回覧板捨てちゃったとか言い出すんだよ。普通に考えてそんなことするかね。あそこの奥さんはさ、ちょっと勝ち気が過ぎて攻撃的なんだよ。この間もさ、ゴミ置き場で牧野さんとこのばあさんとすんげえ口論してて。だいたいなんていうかね。本当に粗暴だよね、あそこのご主人は。理性がないというか。ああ、お前さんは地元説明会の時を見てないのかい？ありゃすごかったよ。なあ、あそこまで言うからにゃ、もう村にはおれんよ。さっさと出てけばいいのにさ。金がもらえないのどうのこうの。あさましいったらありゃしないね。いやいやいやいや、理性のなさで言ったらあそこの奥さんも相当なもんだよ。
それでやっぱり遺伝なのかしらね。あそこのお嬢さん、買い物によく見かけるんで挨拶するんだけど、向こうから挨拶は絶対に返さないのよ。だから私たちバカバカしくなっちゃって、以来見かけても知らないふりしてんだから。
それ言ったらあそこの坊主もいつも暗そうな顔してるよな。
Oh gee, I wonder why. Y'all are fucking assholes to him. The Hojo family has become the enemy of the whole village. Bad-mouthing the Hojo family was the greatest shared topic anyone could easily contribute to. If we had known how powerful the three families were, especially the Sonozaki family, if he had known Oryu's-san's character, he wouldn't have said the things he did. Hojo couple are residents here. Though they were never very enthusiastic about the council activities, they should have known what kind of person Oryu-san is. He could have imagined just what would happen to him if he talked to her that way. Yet he let his anger take over and voiced his unpleasant feelings. Most people think the Hojo family brought their isolation upon themselves. If they wanted to negotiate with the government regarding the move, they should have done so privately. Yet he was foolish enough to express himself at a public gathering like that. Not too many sympathized with the Hojo family. Ever since the big fight at the explanatory meeting, the Sonozaki family has looked at the Hojo family as their enemy and started to go after them. It caused the other pro-dam families to go quiet, fearing they made into scapegoats too, and those who wanted to leave were bitterly forced to give up. Even those people started criticizing the Hojo couple, saying they could have gotten their conversation to leave if the two hadn't picked that reckless fight. Both the anti-dam and pro-dam people hate the Hojos now, and the family has become even more isolated. Moreover, the Hojos are both very aggressive. They should have stayed quiet at least until things settled down, but they didn't. That alienated the handful of people who took pity on them as well, so now nobody even says anything to them. All of that was immediately obvious by listening to the foul talk here and there. Rika always helps out by putting cups of tea away, so I'm sure she hears what they say as well. One of the Hojo family members are bad-mouthing is Rika's friend Satoko. Hurts to think about what Rika feels while hearing that. As priest of the Furude Shrine, should I let this continue? Oyashiro-sama is a god who makes peace between enemies. When the humans and demons fought, Oyashiro descended from heaven and mediated between both sides. As the caretaker of this shrine, I must do something before it goes too far. I'm sitting next to Oryu-san, who is spitefully disparaging the Hojo family. The elder people cheer her on as they listen to her speak. If I barge in now, I have a feeling it won't be a peaceful conversation. But I have to make up my mind. As the priest of the Furude Shrine, also for the sake of Rika's friend Satoko.
北条さんの悪口を言うのはそろそろこれくらいにしませんかね。
あ なんね何倍よりおるんかいな。
いや、北条さんもそんな悪気はなかったと思うんだが、あまりいつまでも尾を引くのはかわいそうだと。
しゃらしおめえあれを聞いちゃどんなすったらんわんとね。なあ、しゃらし。しゃらし、しゃらし。
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you should harass him. Oryo-san is the head of the Sonozaki family, the heir to the demons. She never forgives anyone who stands against her. There's no way she would even listen to what I'm trying to say. Oryo-san and the others became furious and refused to listen to me. I also mentioned that the dam construction plan will be cancelled soon, so they should calm down already. I said that because the staff at the Irie clinic told me that the government is putting some kind of pressure on the Ministry of Construction. But thinking that I'm being an opportunist, soon criticism of me began to circulate the room. After that, I realized that I'd become branded as a fence-sitter. If the demons are willing to listen, then there's a chance to make peace. How can I make peace with people who refuse to listen? That's the problem. I destroyed their mood, so I just have to give up and shut my mouth. Felt a little hand on my back.
リカか、もう遅い時間だから家に戻っていなさい。
私たちがいくら努力しても届かない。
Rika looked into the distance while she spoke.
このよどみ切った村の悪兵は、そのよどみに住まう私たちにはどうしようもないのかもしれない。でも希望をなくすものか、今にきっとこいつらを打ち破ってくれる人がやってくる。今にきっと。
Her eyes shone as if seeing a future that only the maiden of the Fude Shrine could see. Alright, what else we got? Got almost all of them on this page. We don't have the job yet. Rena hasn't been discussed yet. I don't know if this one... No, this one's not there yet. Okay. Let's see. No. 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 I don't know. I guess I'll just keep clicking again until I find one. Because I don't think he's dead yet. No. What happened in that chapter? It must be refused. I don't think so. This is the one I thought it would be, but that one's saying it's not there yet. It's not this one yet. Okay. Rena hasn't even been talked about yet. He's not dead yet. I have no idea. I'm just gonna click on them all again until I find one that's correct, I suppose. Because I've already watched all the ones that are highlighted. I've already watched. Okay. None of those. I tried that one didn't work. I haven't finished the medicine yet. I don't remember them having a fever yet, no. There has to be something. It hasn't happened yet. Rena hasn't even been talked about yet. Would it be the fragments then? Because I don't see anything here. I have no idea. Onikakushi. Okay, so it's not that one. It's not that one. It's not any of the game board ones, I guess. So we're just gonna eliminate everything, I suppose. I'm assuming it'll let me know. When, well, I've tried everything now. What do you mean? I've tried every single one of them. What do you mean? I'm so confused. Let me save again. I've tried them all. So what am I missing? One of them has to be right. I figured it'd be this one. Because I feel like both of those has happened. But it's not. I don't think I need to... Maybe I missed one when I was clicking around. Reminiscence. He's not dead yet. I'm so lost. I've literally clicked on every single one of them. It has to be one of them. I've tried them all. What do you mean? One of them has to work. What the fuck? What? But I can't do anything if none of these work. What am I missing? I've tried them all. What? Am I supposed to go through all of the other chapters again? Like multiple times? Like all the ones I've seen? 'Cause that doesn't make sense.
え？ああ、どうなさいましたか、リカさん。
僕の友達がずっと
それを誰に聞きました？
僕がそう思ってどうなのですか？聡子はひなみ沢症候群ではないのですか？
はい、両親との不仲と彼女の心には、それは一度に受け入れるにはあまりに大きすぎる出来事でした。
Hold on, hold on. Maybe I haven't. Right along, I don't want Satoshi to be sad. I feel pity for Satoko and her harsh circumstances. I'm still struggling for how much I have to sacrifice for the sake of research. I don't think I've done this one. It doesn't seem familiar.
すみません。うっかりしていました。どうなさいましたか？
But I don't know why it came up highlighted though.
僕の友達がずっと長く入院していますが、その子はひなみ沢症候群ではないのですか？
それを誰に聞きましたか？
僕がそう思っただけです。どうなのですか？入江、聡子はひなみ沢症候群ではないのですか？
Rika's on our side. There's nothing I have to hide from her. Actually, I probably shouldn't keep anything from her.
はい。両親との不仲とその両親の突然の死、彼女の心には、それは一度に受け入れるにはあまりに大きすぎる出来事でした。それが引き金になったのかもしれません。
検査の結果は？
レベル5です。上辺は非常に安定して見えますが、情緒は非常に不安定です。先日からサトシ君の見舞いも謝絶にしました。
Okay. I haven't.
サトシに聞きましたです。
Satoshi.
サトコの心の傷がなかなか癒えないと気にしていましたです。入江、サトコはどうなるのですか？
Satoko is Rika's best friend. How can I tell her that we're planning to dissect Satoko? However, even if I don't say anything, she already knows that Satoko's situation is extremely poor.
入江は僕の体を調べてたくさんのことが分かったのではないですか？
ええ、それはもちろんです。症状を抑える効果が期待される試薬も現在いろいろと試しているところです。
それをサトコに与えることはできませんのですか？
一度は考えました。しかしかなり危険です。体力や精神力に余裕がある検体に試し、少しずつデータを集めていこうという段階です。サトコちゃんのようなもう後がない人間に試せるような代物ではありません。
では入江、その薬を試さないならサトコはどうなってしまうのですか？
She spoke as if aware of our plans for Satoko. I've told her about most of my research. She's more mature than she looks, so it'd be easy for her to figure it out.
僕はサトコが 1% でも助かる可能性があるなら
That's what I'm
それに
saying.
かけるべきだと思いま
Gotta
すです
try.
非常に危険な賭けです。最悪の場合、彼女は即座に末期発症し錯乱するか、さもなければ人としての心を失い、一生を焦点の合わない目で壁を見て過ごす体になってしまうかもしれない。どちらもそれはあまりに過酷な運命です。
全身麻酔で痛みを感じさせずに眠ったままを殺す方がずっといいというの。入江、よく高野が言う通り、医学に 100% はない。でもこのまま放置すれば聡子を待ち受ける運命は 100% の絶対の死しかない。ならばどちらにかけるかは明白なはず。
そうですね、その通りです。
But I know too well. C103, the medicine that's being tested, may not even be something that can be used. May not even have a 1% chance of success. Worse, I can't even imagine what kind of tragic end she'd meet if her body rejects the medicine. That's why I'm tempted to believe it would be far more merciful to feed her favorite food, lay her gently to sleep, and after that dissect her while she dreams. I don't want to admit it, but Takano's right. I'm being indecisive and showing a lack of resolve. How effective could the medicine made by someone like that really be? Because it was medicine I created myself, I couldn't even believe there might be a 0.1% chance of success.
僕は入江の作った薬なら信用できると思いますです。
She spoke as if she read my mind. Surprised, I raised my head up to look at her, and found her giving me a reassuring look I never would have imagined someone her age capable of.
入江は人の命を左右するとても辛い仕事に耐えている。本来人の生き死になど人間がどうにかしようというのがおこがましいこと。その重圧は背負った者にしかわからない。
Her voice hasn't changed, but I feel like Reach-chan is admonishing me. Almost as if she knows what it's like to be responsible for human lives. Oh, she does.
その重さは
Yep.
罪の意識と後悔の重さを加えて決められる。だから入江はまだまだ危険な薬を聡子に試せない。そうでしょう。
Takano said the same thing when she criticized me earlier. I'm being criticized again.
でもだからあなたになら聡子を託せると思う。
え？
人の命はとても重い。その重みに耐えかねるのはあなたが人の命を大切にしたい心があるからこそよ。そんな心がなくしてどうして人を病気から救えるというの？高野みたいに人をモルモットとしか思ってないやつの治療薬なんか試せると思う？
I absolutely would not. I shouldn't have laughed, but I couldn't help it. I felt like I should laugh.
高野とあなたがそれぞれに薬を差し出したなら私は入江の薬の方が治るように思う。
Because Takano doesn't
薬は人の心から生み出されるんだもの。自分の身から滴り落ちる雫で人を救いたいという気持ちが人の病を癒してくれる。
おっしゃる通りです。医者が薬のことで諭されるとは。
私は自分の体を他でもない聡子のために差し出した。私の体から注射針で抜き出したものは全て私から聡子に捧げる薬の雫。その雫から命の本当の重さを知り、日々後悔と自責を忘れないあなたが何かを抽出してくれたなら、それが聡子に効かないわけがない。
Do shrine maidens take confessions? If they do, she's doing a great job being a shrine maiden at this age.
これは賭けになります。聡子ちゃんが果たして受け入れてくれるかどうか。
聡子に伝える必要はありません。聡子にとってひなみ沢症候群を知ることは心の深い傷を もう一度えぐることにしかならないのだから。
What does she mean by those words? When I realized it later, I was surprised how thoughtful and perceptive she was.
解剖計画を中止させましょう。北条聡子に対する C103 投与実験に変更します。せめて 1% でもうまくいく確率が上がるように努力します。
大丈夫ですよ。入江、絶対にうまくいきますです。
そんな楽観してはいけません。
大丈夫なのです。もう決まってることなのですから。これはフルデ神社の巫女様の心強いお告げです。ファイトオーなのですよ。
ファイトShe's so cute. Oh my god. I love her. She's absolutely my favorite. She's such a cutie patootie. She has so many layers though. I think that's why I like her more. Okay, so I know for sure that there's more. So any of the ones that are like have the thing on them, if they're highlighted, then that means I can access them, is what I'm seeing, hearing, question mark? So this one then. C-103's implementation on Satoko is going well so far. It wouldn't make a difference to me if the experiment failed. However, Irie's extraordinary focus and attention to the experiment has avoided Satoko Hojo hallucinating or turning into a vegetable during the experiment. Surprisingly, we see prospects of her returning to normal life despite reaching L5. C-103 still has many issues, but the experiment proved that even a person who has reached level 5 can be cured. I didn't believe in it at first, but I guess I have to acknowledge Irie's hard work. Only Irie could have done this. He was tormented by naive humanism and didn't want to make mistakes, and that is why he felt obligated to cure Satoko Hojo. The reason why I dislike Irie isn't because of his achievements or abilities, but because of that weakness. This time I had to praise him for it.
入江所長のレポートを拝見しましたわ。脱帽と言わざるを得ません。
いえ、私の研究者としての職務を果たしたに過ぎません。その結果、医者としての職務も果たせたなら、私にとってはそれに勝ることはありません。
He definitely cares more about being a doctor.
私たちにとって
100%
最も重要な検体になったと言っても過言ではないでしょう。何しろレベル5に至りながら生還した。
Because he can say it's all about being a researcher, but what he wants to do is heal and cure people,
彼女を
which
社
is the
会生
realm
活に
of
復帰
a
させ、
doctor.
経過を見ながら長期観察に切り替えていきます。彼女には毎週日曜日にこちらに来てもらって検査を受けてもらえるよう話をするつもりです。
しかし C103 を日に3回も注射する義務と毎週日曜日に検査に訪れる義務を彼女にどう説明されるおつもりで？彼女には何の病気の自覚もないのに。
そこは今うまく納得してもらえる話を考えています。今考えているのは私の研究論文に協力してもらうというものです。栄養剤の注射を毎日してもらい、毎週日曜日にその効果を検査する。その代わりに研究協力費としていくらかを支払うという感じです。
I guess Irie is determined to cure Satoko Hojo no matter what. He seems determined to keep her off the dissection table. He and I are in different positions, but I don't have any complaints about his naive ideals so long as they translate directly into passion for our research. If his plans can be put into effect and produce a different result than the dissection one, then they'll still be useful in the overall understanding of the Hinamizawa syndrome. I have nothing against Satoko Hojo. It's only that I see her as a research specimen. If she can be useful in that capacity without being dissected, that's perfectly fine with me.
日に3回もの注射となれば、
She's so cold.
これは本人だけでなく保護者の方の同意も不可欠です。確かご両親が亡くなってからは叔父夫婦に親権が移っていましたね。そちらに一度相談に伺おうと思います。メイへの怪しげな研究協力を承諾してもらえればいいのですが。
大丈夫ですわよ。そのための研究協力費ですもの。 月に10万か20万も振り込んでやれば大喜びしますわ。
それだけの予算はありますか？
もちろん。二郎さんを納得させる資料を作りさえすれば。
わかりました。それは私が作ります。あと聡子ちゃんに心労をかけないよう指導しておく必要もあります。レベル5をぶり返すことになったら大変ですからね。噂ではおじ夫婦はとても現金な方だとか、金銭で丸め込むのは可能かもしれません。それらの指導も私の方できっちり行うつもりです。
I've heard Satoku isn't getting along with her aunt and uncle. I never thought that'd affect us in any way. But now Irie has to deal with them. Maybe he's developed some kind of sense of responsibility or duty as her guardian. I don't really care. The more responsible he feels, the more progress our research makes. That'll be a plus for me.
それはそうと H17 番台についてのレポートを拝見しました。
ええ。入江所長の成果に比べれば足元にも及びませんが、一応の研究成果を出せましたわ。
本当に皮肉ですね。彼女を錯乱から救う治療薬を作っていた研究所で、その傍らでは彼女を直ちに錯乱させる危険な薬が作られていたのですから。
Irie wasn't involved in the H170 research. That was my work. In fact, even if I asked him, he wouldn't have agreed to be involved. This dangerous reagent was developed during the process of uncovering the mechanisms behind how the pathogens controlling Stoko's brain could involve derangement of paranoia in their host. But bluntly, injecting H770 into a patient with Hinamizawa syndrome forced them to express terminal symptoms. It threw the brain into a simulated state of agitation, intentionally forcing the pathogen to grow unstable. If we continue researching this, it would be possible to drive anyone with Hinamizawa syndrome violently insane at any time. Studying the mechanism behind that will help to solve the syndrome's mysteries, so this study on H170 will be extremely important in the future research. Also, this medicine has military applications, as the client requested. At this point, there's absolutely no use for it. Once our research progresses a bit further, this H70 could be spread at the right moment to cause a certain type of reaction. Compared to a killer virus, it seems like a useless pathogen. There's no way to detect it in a dead body. It makes it look as if the person just went insane spontaneously, so it must have some useful applications. The Marco Polo Bridge incident threatened to end research on Hinamizawa syndrome before. A historically important incident like that couldn't have been created by a killer virus. But it's possible with Hinamizawa syndrome. The elders of the Alphabet Project, the sponsor of our research, can think whatever they want about that. I don't care how they use what I've learned. My purpose is to solve the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome and to make people realize how important this research is. Also to make people acknowledge my grandfather's accomplishments and achievements. Any military applications were just byproducts of the progress that I didn't care about.
クライアントにとっては高野さんの成果の方が喜ばれるでしょう。来期の予算取りが
That's the
楽
difference.
になるかもしれませんね。
She has no empathy. But Irie
情熱
does.
だけでは研究は続けられませんものね。先立つものがなければ。
Also, researching it for
これだけの潤沢な資金を提供してくださるス
using
ポン
it
サー
for
さ
a
んには
weapon, like,
頭が上がりま
is
せ
just
ん。
awful.
これだけのお金が公費か
I
ら
don't
出ているので
understand
す
like
から。
how you could
日
even
本という
think
国
about
は
doing that. Like,
私たちが想像しているよりずっと豊かなのかもしれませんね。公費は
but I guess she doesn't give a fuck, so
表に出せない黒い公費でしょうけれどね。
she's like, oh yeah, if you increase this dosage, you can immediately make them go insane. Irie had no idea what I had to go through to get that money. It's like, why would you want to do that? Anyway, our research is going extremely well. We don't know what we'll find out about Hinamizawa syndrome, but I'm sure every mystery will eventually be solved. I can hardly wait. The syndrome indicates us that humans are simply empty containers, and what we believe to be our will is simply the actions of parasites that live in our brain. If that mystery was solved, it would have a greater impact than anything else in history. It's a truth which nobody wants to believe. It's an achievement my grandfather predicted back during his time. I know now. I know the reason why my grandfather was so fascinated by his work. Yeah, to me, like, I hear of, like, a syndrome or a disease, and I'm like, oh yeah, you know, we should want to, you know, try to cure it and, like, eradicate it, right? Not her. She's like, let's test the theories of every single thing. We can fucking find every single piece of information about it, no matter how many people die or suffer. Jesus. Satoko's dissection plan has been scrubbed, and we are getting ready to administer an almost totally untested medicine, C-103. This experimental medicine suppresses the product of a certain type of hormone, and doing so will stop the transmission of the syndrome triggering Satoko's condition. The mechanism of Higurashi syndrome is as follows. The pathogen takes over the frontal lobe of the brain, and then induces increased responsiveness to paranoia. As a result, a patient voluntarily carries out excessively defensive barriers to a problematic extent. This induction can be cut off, and it's possible to save terminal patients from becoming deranged. But it only cuts off an induction, so it's not really a cure. Ironically, the brain is an organ that learns. Once the brain has learned to be excessively paranoid due to the Higurashi syndrome, even after the pathogen is eliminated, the brain doesn't simply unlearn the paranoia. In short, even if the pathogen doesn't induce derangement, the patient will be directed to such emotions of their own volition. Thus, it is impossible to completely erase the nearly deranged L5 state. The proverb, "A burnt child dreads the fire," is a good example of this. Even after the burn on your tongue heals, the fear of being burned by food again remains. When it ends up being a good thing, we call it learning a lesson. We call it trauma when it doesn't. We predict Satoko's treatment will take a significantly long time, requiring both medications such as administering psychotropics and mental care like counseling. We have to slowly unravel her mind's solidified paranoia while also suppressing the syndrome's induction to derangement. This is the treatment plan for terminal patients like Satoko. However, as we are going to simulate the parts of her brain that affects her emotions while they are being simulated by the pathogen at the same time, it's possible there could be unexpected side effects. Both her mental and physical strength hold the key to our success. We were going to begin the experiment once she regains her emotional stability and physical strength, but someone who threatens to disturb her emotional stability has been coming here every day. Oishi, the sly old detective from the Okinomiya Police Department. He thinks everything from the dam protest to the dismemberment murder of the construction manager is an organized effort secretly conducted by the three families. He even thinks the accident involving Satoko's parents wasn't an accident. That's why he keeps coming back so he can talk to Satoko.
何度来られても聡子ちゃんへの面会を許可することはできません。彼女は
Now that I know that the guy that was dismembered was his like mentor, I totally understand why he's so much more like dedicated to this now. Why he's so insistent. That was a piece of information that like really makes so much sense now.
そうなるとかなり本格的なことになってしまいますよ。私も北条さんの容体を気遣っているからこそ令状を取るなんて無粋を避けているんじゃありませんか。
令状を取ってまで一体何を聡子ちゃんに聞こうとしているのか私にはさっぱりわかりません。
実はですね、今回の転落事故ではなく事件の可能性もありまして、
北条夫妻がダム戦争以来村中から嫌われているという話は知っています。ですがわざわざ旅行先まで追いかけて突き落とすというのは少々突飛すぎはしませんか。
まあ事故でもいいんですがね。ならばどうしてもよくわからない嘘があるんです。どうして嘘が必要なのかって考えるとですね、こりゃ事故ってことはありえないんじゃないかなって思うんです。
嘘とは何のことですか。
いえね、北条聡子さんの言う事故当時は車で眠っていたっていう話、ちょいと話がおかしいんじゃないかなってそう思うんです。
Stogo claims she was asleep in the back seat when the accident took place. She didn't get out of the car at the viewing platform. She woke up, she didn't see her parents. She found out they had fallen off the cliff.
それのどこに嘘があるというんです。まさか聡子ちゃんが実は眠っていなくて両親と一緒に展望台へ行ったと、そういう意味ですか。
そうです。北条聡子さんは眠ってなんかいなかった。両親と一緒に車を降りて展望台へ行ったんです。
I'm suddenly hit by a terrible possibility. What Oishi says is true, and Satoko was saying she didn't go to the viewing platform even though she actually did. It's terrible to even imagine.
何を根拠にそうおっしゃっているのか分かりません。それになぜ嘘をつく必要が聡子ちゃんにあるんですか？
それなんですよ。なぜ北条聡子さんは嘘をつかなければならないのか、それの本当のところを教えていただけないと。こいつはただ。
どうして聡子ちゃんが嘘をついているとお思いなんです？
今回の事故は所轄が違いますので、白川署さんが関係者から事情聴取をしているんですがね、その調書を読んでみるとどうにも引っかかるところが。
引っかかるところとは何ですか？
北条聡子さんの主張によるならば、彼女は両親に展望台へ行こうと誘われたが、眠たかったのでそれを断り車を降りなかったという。そして彼女はそのまま熟睡してしまい、相当の時間が経ってから目を覚ました。そしていつまでも戻ってこない両親に不安感を募らせ泣き出した。その声を聞いて巡回中の公園作業員が話しかけて事故が発覚したことになっています。この時ですね、公園作業員の証言では両親が崖下に転落したと彼女が先に言ったというんですよ。ところがこの時北条夫妻が止めた車の位置からは問題の事故現場がはっきりと見えたわけじゃないはずなんです。いや、注意深く見れば柵が破損していたのを気づけたかもしれない。でもですよ、目が覚めたら両親がいないのを知って真っ先に崖下へ転落したというのは尋常ではないと思うんです。普通は両親が自分を置いてどこかに散歩に行ってしまい戻ってこないというはずなんです。転落する直接の現場を見てもいないのに両親が転落したと第三者にいきなり言うのがね、私はどうしても腑に落ちないんですな。この辺りどうして彼女は両親が転落したと確信したのか、その経緯を教えてもらいたいと思いまして通い詰めているところだったんですよ。入院前に私も何度かお尋ねはしているんですが記憶にない。当時は混乱していたと、まるでどこかの政治家みたいな答弁でしてね、私はじっくり話をしてみる価値があるかなって思っていたんですよ。
Terrifying possibility has turned to certainty in my head. I assume that her parents' accident has triggered her terminal symptoms. But no. Soko had already gone terminal just before the accident. Her heart was filled with paranoia that drove her mad. She was under a lot of stress because of her bad relationship with her stepfather. She was also being scolded by her mother for not being able to get along with him. If that made her paranoid, made her think her parents considered her to be a bother and were going to kill her. When they went to the viewing platform, she must have thought they were going to push her off the cliff. A tragedy took place and she pushed her parents off instead, although she considered it to have been self-defense. I'm certain of that, because I know Hinamizawa syndrome better than anybody. This accident isn't an accident. It isn't a crime either, like Oishi is thinking. It is simply a tragedy. I talked to Satoshi about the family. I was even more convinced. Told me even though Satoko refused to open up to her stepfather, he had tried to communicate with her. It's true their relationship didn't go well in the beginning. Satoko caused trouble repeatedly and even called the city's child abuse hotline. At that point, they received guidance from the Child Consultation Center and they pointed out the problem and lack of communication. Lay in the lack of communication between daughter and father, so the stepfather took a parenting course under the social worker's guidance. Awkward though it was, made efforts to communicate with her. So she noticed his efforts, so he tried to talk to Satoko about it. But Satoko didn't notice them at all. Excessive stress, she was under triggered terminal symptoms, and she couldn't understand her stepfather's remorse. On the contrary, her stepfather's change created even more mistrust within her. As a result, they went to enjoy the beautiful view of the Shirakawa Nature Park as a family and to share in that joy. That humble, ordinary family's wish couldn't even get through to Satoko. What a tragic misunderstanding. Satoko stayed in the car telling her parents that she wanted to sleep, but then she got out and snuck up behind them. I bet he heard her footsteps. He pretended not to notice her, thinking that she was doing that to surprise him. Oh, it was a surprise, all right. Sad just thinking about what must have run through his mind. While he thought he had finally gotten through to her, she was actually approaching him with the intent to kill. But that's not Satoko's true nature. It's the disease. Satoko isn't the only one who is to be pitied. Her parents are its victims, too. Now Oishi thinks she's a criminal. Judgment and punishment are required for crimes with malicious intent. What she really needs is understanding and sympathy. No one has that understanding, except for me, because I know about Hinamizawa syndrome. I am the director of the Irie Institute, but I've never behaved as such or exercised that authority. I'm going to do so for the first time since taking the position. I'm not doing it as head of the Irie Institute, the secret research organization. I'm doing it as a doctor, so I can protect Satoko.
白川自然公園の里子ちゃんの両親の転落事故ですが、この件事故で決着するように山犬のおこのぎさんにお願いしてもらうことはできますか？
ええ、そんなことお安いご用ですわよ。山犬はそういうものの隠蔽や捏造に最も特化した部隊ですもの。確かに早くあの転落事故が事故ということに決着しないと警察がうちの実験体に近づいて邪魔ですものね。
そういうことです。特に大石さんがこの件から早く引き上げるようよろしくお願いします。試薬投与実験のデリケートな時期です。不要な辛労をかけるのは適当ではありませんので。
まったくですわね。山犬にそのように伝えますわ。警察にもすでにコネクションがあるとのことなので圧力をかけるよう指示しましょう。近日中に白川転落事故は事故として確定することになると思いますわ。
Wish, hold on. Sorry, brain said no. With that, it was declared an accident. If only it really was one, it would have eased Satoko's soul. Getting rid of the pathogen can't heal that wounded soul. Nor can it erase the tragedy that had hardly taken place. All I can do is my best. So the day she regains her smile comes sooner. Okay. Okay, Shirakawa Park incident is required. Rika has developed a high fever. Very high fever. It's not flu season nor a season for anyone to be... Hold on. For any type of contagious disease. I can only think of the suspicious experiments Rika has gone through. Maybe the fever is caused by those. Oh my god. Help. Brain. Focus. Listen. Listen, brain. Listen. Her growth is rather slow compared to other children her age, receiving mysterious shots and going through experiments every week. I'm sure her body is exhausted. I've asked the staff to go easy on her, but Rika is fearless and willing to go through anything. My husband, who should be admonishing her for that, truly believes their story, and it's crucial to the lives of over 2,000 villagers, and takes our own daughter to the clinic every week. The only one who's sincerely worried about her health. That's why I want to ask Dr. Irie to be a little more considerate towards Rika. Anyway, I have to talk to them about taking responsibility for this. Right after I called, a staff member came to pick Rika up to admit her to the clinic. As her guardian came with them.
落ち着いてください、お母さん。必ず救いますから。もうしばらくお待ちになってください。
これが落ち着けるかというんです。急にこんな高熱が出るなんておかしいじゃないですか。これも先週にやったというなんとかという怪しげな実験の影響じゃないんですか。リカはね、年相応の小さな女の子なんですよ。リカは友達思いだから病気にかかった友達のためにと。
分かっております。それに私たちの研究が間違ってもリカさんに悪い影響を及ぼすようなことはありえませんし、万一にもそのようなことが起こらないよう 常に注意をしています。
だったらこの理科の熱は一体どういうことなんですか？
おそらくは季節の変わり目ですので。
風邪なわけないでしょ。あなたたちが妙な薬を注射したからに決まっています。
Dr. Erie only told me to calm down and refuse to accept responsibility. My husband told me this is all for the sake of the village. That's why I've held back my doubts until now. But I'm at my limit. Their existence has been suspicious from the very beginning. They're conducting their research in secret using a privacy policy as an excuse. That was shady enough on its own. It's just impossible. In fact, I called the Ministry of Health and was told that wasn't true at all. Even after I told them I'm Rike Furude's mother. The clinic even came up with stupid excuses saying normal workers often don't know of a special institute. That doesn't make sense at all. It's much, much too suspicious. Although there are people who don't appear to be researchers working at the institute. They look like security guards, but they seem so different from normal guards at a normal hospital. In fact, one time I accidentally saw that they were armed with guns.
それはですね。
あの人たちは警察なんですか？とてもそうには見えません。大体あなた方は何者なんですか？厚生省の人間だなんて私は今更信じませんよ。
Dr. Erie seems taken aback by my intensity and can't even answer properly. They're still hiding a lot from us. Tells me the research they're working on with Rike isn't anything proper.
とにかく私はリカの保護者です。リカはまだまだ子供です。あの子が何をどう返事しようとも今後は一切研究を手伝わせるつもりはありません。
あらあら、リカちゃんのお母さんではありませんの。どうもこんにちは。あら、どうかなさいまして？
いえ、お母さんがリカさんをこれ以上研究に関わらせたくないとおっしゃってまして。
それはどうしてですか？
うちの子はあなたたちの実験動物ではないからです。
そう扱ったことなどございませんわよ。それは大きな誤解ですわ。
I'm a little startled. Dr. Erie is a weak person who backs down under pressure. Takano is different. I'm yelling at her, but she's not afraid at all. On the contrary, she's glaring daggers and looks as if she's about to jump on me.
リカちゃんの熱は風によるものですわ。私たちのせいだなんてとんでもない。私たちは安全や衛生には国立研究所クラスの注意を払ってます。失礼ですが、アルコール消毒もしない手でリカちゃんの手を引いて歩いているあなたより衛生的なくらいですわよ。
そんなことは聞いていません。とにかくリカはあなたたちのおもちゃじゃないんです。リカはもう二度とここへは連れてきません。
あなたの一存で決められては困りますわね。ご協力をいただくことについてご両親には契約書にサインをしてもらっているはずではございませんの。研究に協力していただく見返りに決して少なくない額を毎月お口座に振り込ませていただいているはずですわ。
Damn, she angry.
そんなお金私は知りませんよ。聞いたこともないです。
Rika receiving money for participating in the research is new for me. Knowing my husband's character, he wouldn't have used it as spending money behind my back. I bet he thought of it as free service for the villagers and completely forgot about the money being deposited into our account. There haven't been any strange deposits in the regular account, so it may be in our savings. Anyway, I don't care about that.
契約を保護にされる場合にはそれまでの振込額を全て返還していただくことになっているのはご存知ですわね。他にも一方的な保護についてそちらに非がある場合。
高野さん、落ち着いてください。お母さんもどうか。ひなみ沢症候群は以前にもご説明させていただきましたように、これからも村人たちが安心して生活していくために絶対に治療していかなくてはならないものなのです。そのためにはどうしてもリカさんのご協力が必要なのです。
治療のためって、じゃあその治療薬はいつになったら出来上がるんですか？大体おかしいじゃないですか。 リカの友達のさとこちゃんのためということでしたけど、そのさとこちゃんはもう退院して元気に生活しているというじゃありませんか。確か先々週にうちの人が話を聞いた時にも、もう治療のめどは立ったというようなお話をされていたはずですわよね。
ええ、めどはついたというような話はしたと思います。ですがひなみ沢症候群の全貌を解明するためには。
全貌の解明なんか最初の話で聞いていません。リカが協力するのは村人の病気を治療するためのはずです。ならもう十分ではありませんの。皆さんがリカに怪しげな研究やら検査やらをしているのはあなた方の興味本位であって、治療とは何の関係もないんじゃありませんの。
そんなことはありません。とにかくリカさんの風邪の件は誤解なんです。もしどうしてもご不審ということでしたら。
とにかくもう結構です。お金の話もあるみたいなので、私も帰って夫と相談しますから。それでは失礼します。
Damn. They were just too shady from the very start. Because of their exaggerated story, Rika and my husband took their side. But it won't work on me. Maybe I must settle with them right away because Rika isn't their tour. Isn't their what? I did not say that correctly. Isn't their toy. Sorry. Especially don't trust that woman called Takano. Dr. Irie seems to me like he's still a doctor, but she doesn't. How can I describe her? A bitch? A psychotic bitch? I guess I could say the glow in her eyes is unpleasant. She always sees Rika as a guinea pig. I can feel cruelty emitting from her. Neither my husband nor Rika have noticed that. I must protect her. As a mother, I must protect Rika.
高野さんらしくもない。あそこで喧嘩を買ってしまったら余計に話がこじれてしまうではありませんか。あなたらしくもないですよ。
そうですわね。ごめんなさい。取り乱してしまって。
Did something happen to put her in a bad mood, Irie wondered. The heated conversation she just had didn't involve the Takano he knew. Let's see, this one then? Rika's mother's suspicion. Okay, yeah. That's the one that needed. The situation has changed. Rika's father suddenly changed his mind about having her help out with the research. Rika came down with a high fever the other day. Her mother, who wasn't happy about her daughter helping in the first place, finally blew up. I was hoping the father would convince her somehow. But now he seems to be on her side. Rika's father didn't get emotional like her mother, but he demanded that we make our research plans for Rika clear. And that we finish our research within 3 months at most, which was completely unrealistic. Research can't have a deadline. That's out of the question. Cultivate research by grinding down our knowledge, skills, and time. To take time away from us is like taking away what's vital to live. How could he say such a thing? Rika's parents are only saying that because they don't know anything about scientific research. However, as they are parents of the Queen Carrier, we are completely lost about what to do. Tests and experiments on the Queen Carrier are an essential part of our research into Hina-Mizawa syndrome. Her existence is the focal point of our work. To lose her would be losing your sense of direction out in open water. Rika is providing her cooperation with our research, but the withdrawal of her guardian's consent could be a setback. The situation is extremely dire. Rika's parents are only interested in finding a cure, but to me the cure is only a small part of solving the mystery. I can't let her go. Are our differences causing this predicament? It's not only them. Same is happening between Irie and me. He thinks it's inevitable that we need to stop the research if Rika's parents refuse to consent. That's understandable. From the beginning, Irie never had the determination to solve the mysteries of Hina-Mizawa syndrome. He won't back down from the research assertively, but he will passively by agreeing with Rika's parents. Is that the attitude of a researcher who's trying to unravel mysteries? He's the type of man who would step on my grandfather's research with his dirty feet. Nah, I don't think he would, but he's nothing but a coward who's in his half-heartedly. He started to feel guilty over his past... Oh my god, I'm trying, guys. This is so much text. Guilty over his past the moment he saw blood. He isn't qualified to even be involved in researching Hinamizawa syndrome. He is simply an outsider who joined in because of the client's demands. If I were a man, he wouldn't be here in the first place. While it's true he produced wonderful results with his development of a cure, he seems to think it's alright to close up shop with that. Is he planning to waste everything by being satisfied with just that tiny result? Man doesn't have any right to discard my grandfather's research. I can feel my guts boiling. No, Irie isn't the main person at fault. The one to blame here is that woman, Rika's mother. If she wasn't so selfish, this wouldn't have happened. Maybe it's partly my fault. I maintained trust throughout relationships and obligations all this time. Somehow Rika's mother and I didn't get along, so I didn't try to socialize with her. I thought it was fine because I got along with Rika and her father. But now the mother has influenced the father and changed his decision. What negligence. What a reversal. What a blunder. Irie is saying we should talk to the office in Tokyo about what to do next. But I know once the Tokyo office finds out about this, they'll order us to shut the research down. I've worked so hard to get things started. If they hear anything negative, they'll put a stop to it. I've come too far to complete my grandfather's research. I can't let it be stopped. I still have a little time to think about this. I need to calm down and analyze this carefully. I've always come up with a great plan when I drink my favorite tea and bite my nails like this. I looked up at the ceiling and closed my eyes, as tenderly as possible. There were times when I couldn't find a solution, but someone else came up with a simple one. I've been able to overcome everything that's been thrown at me. I even endured the hell at that orphanage, so I will never let that woman get in the way. Settle your thoughts down. Think about this clearly. Be calm, Miyotaka. Someone else may come up with a better idea. But who? It's not me. It can't be Irie. Of course, nobody from the village will do. Do I talk to someone in Tokyo? No, I can't. I don't want to owe anybody a favor. Even Koizumi-sensei would be disgusted if he finds out I can't solve such a simple matter by myself. Ah, I know. There's someone I can talk to nearby. They are supposed to be my subordinates after all, so it's worth a try. I called the leader of the mountain dogs, Okonogi. The mountain dogs are my subordinates, but they're part of the self-defense force, and I'm just a researcher. So we never really had a chance to interact. He did what he was supposed to do, and I did what I was supposed to do. I never even thought of discussing anything with him. The mountain dogs are there to protect and support our research. Why didn't I think of talking to him before?
そら、難儀な子ですな。
He used to speak standard Japanese, but now he has the Hinamizawa accent. I guess fitting into the region is the first thing they need to do.
このままだと女王感染者の協力が受けられなくなるばかりか、騒ぎ立てる母親によって研究所の所在が暴かれる危険性もある。山犬で何か手は打てる？
I'm not really expecting an answer.
了解しました。山犬で対応します。お時間をいただければきれいにやりますよ。
対応？
警察沙汰にならんようにしますんで、少々の準備は必要ですが、難しい仕事じゃありませんね。
I'm startled. Rika's mother is my enemy, but I was thinking about how I could convince her. But if the leader of the Mountain Dogs, the counterintelligence unit whose duty is to protect the secret research, came up with a much simpler plan.
それは殺すということ？
入江機関の機密保持にあたっては最悪の場合、それも持参中話のはずですが、もちろんご命令があって初めて実行することですが。
Right. This is a very simple problem to him. Rika's mother has started to interfere with our research. Not only that, there's a chance she might talk to people about the Institute, so they will eliminate her.
それは確かにうまい手ね。うまくやれるの？
そのために来ている我々ですんで、大臣の孫の誘拐以来久々の大仕事になりますわ。
I remember now. Mountain dogs are the ones who kidnapped the grandson of the Minister of Construction and used that to blackmail him. It's been a few years, so I completely forgot about that. They did such a marvelous job then. That's right, that's right. I have the mountain dogs on my side.
実行はすぐにでも可能？
ただ殺すだけなら今夜にでも。ただそれでは騒ぎが大きくなりますんで、周到に監視してからきれいに蒸発してもらうようお膳立てします。そのための時間さえもらえれば。
Just like a cat's eye under a bright light. I can feel something in the back of my eyes open up. Until now, I've been racking my brain trying to figure out how to make her my ally, or at least make her surrender or pacify her. Yet, one order to this man and the problem's easily solved. I feel like a bird taking its first flight. How easy I can get rid of that annoying mother. All I have to do is give an order. I feel grateful to Koizumi-sensei for giving me such terrific subordinates. What a wonderful power he has given me. I was taught that all people are equal. If I have the power to control people's lives, that means I'm more important than they are. What a feeling it is to be above others. You're not more important, you just have more power than they do.
え？あ、いや、ちょっと待って。
Does he mean only Rika Furude's mother? I can feel chills all over my body. If possible, maybe I should have her father disappear too. Rika's willing to help. She has no other relatives in the Furude family. Both parents die, she has to depend on someone. Irietsu can support her. We can give her status, money, and protection. We can give her everything. In doing so, maybe it's possible to make her one of us, rather than just having her as a helper. All my worries are melting away. Everything I was just concerned about seems like a joke now. I had such powerful subordinates all this time, yet I never realized. All my tension is being released, and I'm starting to feel relaxed. I can feel myself regaining my cool head. I'm going to get rid of them. Rika's parents, that is. The Queen Carrier is my guinea pig. A guinea pig doesn't need parents. That's right. It's almost time for the Water Nagashi Festival. If they die on that day, people will call it the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. The murder case from 2 years ago and the accident from last year are two separate incidents, yet because they happen on the day of Water Nagashi, they're being called the Curse of Oyashiro. And if her parents' deaths occur on this year's Water Nagashi, it'll be Oyashiro's curse 3 years in a row. The miracle of Oyashiro, also the curse. I'm going to create them. This is a chance for me to ascend to godhood and toy with human fate. The incidents that occurred 2 years ago in a row are said to be a curse, but not everyone believes that. However, it happens 3 years in a row, then everyone has to believe. Because that'll be a true curse that's created by me. I'll become Oyashiro. My desire for revenge against God is coming together.
ただ消すだけではなんだか面白みがないと思わない？
When I started to laugh, Okanogi grinned to show his interest.
私たちの手でお社様のたたりを作ってみるの。
She'll be demoned away and I'm going to enjoy dissecting her alive. Ooh! Of course I won't just have fun, this will be extremely useful for our research. After all, she's the previous Queen Carrier. God, she's so fucking crazy. Alright. So it will be this one then. The Third Year's Curse. Yep, a declaration of war from Uishi. Deep down, I was prepared for something to happen tonight once again. The first year, the workers were stirred into a frenzy, killing and dismembering the old man. The second year, the Hojo couple were killed through a fake accident. Since the damn protests, only people who have been hated by the villagers died on the day of Wada Nagashi. Some people in the village were calling the incidents the curse of Oyashiro. Now that the dam protests are over, there would be no meaning in the village's enemies being killed on the night of the festival, I thought. If that was true, then there were still some enemies left over. I thought perhaps I would be again on the night of the festival 3 years in a row. My hunch was right. First, however, it looked so natural that I didn't think anything of it. The festival was nearing its end and the village officials were gathered. They opened their beers and enjoyed the leftover corn and braised cow tripe from the refreshment stands. Raised what? I was in the main tent too, being entertained by the villagers. I was actually there at the scene of the 3rd year's incident when it happened. Yeah, I didn't notice anything at the beginning. Most of the older folks in the village were heavy drinkers, but a few were lightweights too. The priest was one of the latter. The priest was a representative as well as a host during the Watanagashi festival. So every time visitors and guests arrived, he greeted them, and each time he was offered a drink, so by the night's end, he was pretty worn out. That's why I didn't think anything of it to see the priest sitting by himself in a folding chair. The mayor, Kimayoshi, was the one to tap his shoulder and ask him if he was alright. I saw what was going on and noticed he was covered in a terrible sweat and was definitely not relaxing in a chair enjoying the cool evening breeze. His face had a sticky pallor and I thought he should lie down immediately. So the priest and his wife headed to the clinic with Dr. Irie. I don't know about young people, but the elderly know their own bodies well. They almost never push themselves to the point where they start feeling ill. You're funny. Especially someone like the priest, it was hard to imagine him drinking himself sick. The cumulative experience of my years was telling me something. I headed to the Irie clinic just in case. I tried to follow their car, but because the festival was almost over and all the stands were closing up, there was a lot of traffic going in and out, making it almost impossible for me to leave the temporary parking lot. More than 20 minutes had passed since the priest was carried in by the time I arrived at the clinic. 20 minutes. If it hadn't taken me 20 minutes, my involvement in this year's incident would have been quite different. I regretted not leaving on foot the moment I realized how hard it was to get my car out. All I get to do now is jot down the facts. Because between the time the priest left the festival and the time I arrived at the clinic, during those 20 minutes, this year's curse had taken place. The priest's condition changed for the worse right after he arrived at the clinic. He died. The autopsy results say it was heart failure, but how can I accept that? I don't think the priest was having health problems, and everyone was taken by surprise by this sudden event. Moreover, the wife of the priest disappeared too. According to the clinic staff, she was with him right after he died, but she's nowhere to be seen now. Of course, she's not at home either. Maybe someone poisoned the priest. During the dam conflict, the priest was frowned upon for his remarks. He said there was no need to make a big fuss because the dam project would be cancelled anyway. The older villagers liked to hold grudges and hadn't forgot that, so even I had heard word of them talking about how the priest wasn't fit for the shrine of Oyashiro. I called for backup and had them go search for the missing wife. Last year's following couple incident as precedent, it was easy to believe both wife and husband could become victims. The village's youth group got organized and searched for the village to the mountains, and as a result... He found a set of sandals in a will by the edge of the Onigafuchi swamp. The will said something about how her husband's death put the curse of Oyashiro and she was throwing herself in the swamp to calm the god's anger. In other words, she committed suicide by jumping into the swamp. Legend says that the swamp is bottomless and is connected directly to hell. Once you sink, you'll never come back. Divers from the police department searched the swamp, but her body was nowhere to be found. Past 2 mysterious incidents were solved individually, just as the higher-ups say, but something is odd about this year's mysterious death. The ill priest was carried to the clinic, his wife accompanying him. Within 20 minutes, the priest died of heart failure and the wife either committed suicide or disappeared. The death of the priest may have really been a fatal heart attack. But for his wife to assume that it was the curse and to commit suicide by jumping into the swamp, for all that to happen in 20 minutes just doesn't seem natural. Furude family has no relatives. Even if she was a true believer in Oyashiro, how could she commit suicide while leaving behind her one and only daughter? Irie is hiding something too. But he's just a village doctor, which means he's nothing more than their pawn. If this is all a conspiracy to assassinate the priest, there is someone who's pulling the strings. I had been starting to think that trying to tie the past 2 incidents to the village so forcefully was a bit overbearing of me, but this incident was enough to convince me that the series of cases involving mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa were all grounded in one intention. The incident has countless numbers of discrepancies, but someone from the village seems to be putting pressure on high command. Just like the past instance, this will be treated as an individual case and end up being forgotten. Since it happened 3 years in a row, everyone in the village will say it's the curse of Oyashiro. I think that's the culprit's goal. After the war, belief in Oyashiro became antiquated. Is someone committing these murders as a ritual to restore that god's dignity? The one pulling the strings must be the Sonozaki family. A few months passed. Oryo Sonozaki sensed feeling like it was natural for that priest to be cursed by Oyashiro, so the priest's case was lumped together with the mysterious Hinamizawa deaths, otherwise known as Oyashiro's curse. First they simply wanted to avenge the old man, but now that case had grown into an abnormal one centered on the village's faith. Damn it, the old man's killer is human. I won't let it be pushed off onto some nonsense curse. Yeah, it's pretty wild because, like, the first 2 incidents had nothing to do with Takano, but then she decides to use those incidents to make it seem like it's the cursed to avoid suspicion. And so she really, really fucks with everybody's brain. Strange medicine that I could hardly remember was a capsule. Or maybe it was an oval tablet. It was so red it must have been a capsule. I can't imagine a tablet in that color. I have red tablets. It must have been a capsule. I think it was a little bigger than a normal one. I think. I can't remember. Although I can hardly remember, if I see that medicine again, it'll refresh my memory. Medicine strips away humanity. Takes away a human soul, memory, emotion, and it numbs the human body. There are no thoughts, no interests, no will to stay awake or asleep. There's no sense of time. Sometimes a second can feel like an eternity, and other times I almost see the hour hand move. Either way, there's no emotion involved. I can't feel any emotion. Medicine only lets me stay in bed and look up at the ceiling. Only the people who have taken it can understand this misery. What's more scary is that while I'm on the medication, I don't realize how scary it is. I'm given the medication daily and I keep losing all my senses. When the medicine wore off by accident, I realized I should never take it again. That's right. This isn't medicine that will heal me. It's just going to kill me slowly. If I continued to take this medicine, I probably wouldn't be able to tell if I was dead or alive, and I would end up losing myself forever. I'll keep looking up at the ceiling without any emotions and keep watching the clock tick forever. If I take the medicine again, I'll lose all the senses I've finally regained. I may never be able to bring myself back again. Today I realized that I've been pretending to take the medicine, but throwing it away instead. If your doctor prescribes medication, you have to finish taking it even if your symptoms are gone. I can hear my mother's voice. Anytime I went to the doctor's office when I was a child, my mother said that to me. I usually got well before I finished all the medicine, so I didn't finish taking the rest. That's why my mother said that. But this is a different type of medicine. I don't even remember how old I was when my mother said that, but with the strange capsule in front of me, I have to try and get rid of my mother's voice from inside my head. I pressed down on my head with my elbows until it hurt, trying to get rid of what my mother kept telling me. Right. As my head clears, I start to remember the ugly side of my mother. My mother betrayed her family. She betrayed me and my father, who waited for her home with dinner on the table. She told us she was busy with work, but she was having an affair. I was bad enough, but she asked my father for a divorce after he took such good care of her for so many years. But there's something else I can't forgive her for. She invited only me to meet with her new family. Not my father, just me. My father and I are family. Family means being together. And my mother tried to destroy the bond between my father and me. Not only had she destroyed her bond with him, she just tried to destroy my bond with him too. When I remember, it makes me feel angry and hateful, and I can't forgive her. The back of my eyes start to hurt. I could feel the hatred on my face. Overflowing animosity is aimed not only at my mother, but also at the man she had an affair with. The man she had an affair with. Uncle Akihito. I don't like him teasing me, but he gave me an allowance and tried to have fun with me. I liked him very much. But his niceness was all calculated. He wanted to destroy the family bonds between my mother, my father, and me. That's why I shouldn't have said I liked him very much. That's right. I'm starting to remember and understand. I now know my true enemy. It was his fault that my mother started to have an affair. So my mother was a very good mother. He was the one who made her a bad one. He's the one who deserves the blame. When was the first time I met him? I think it was the time when my mother and I went out and had lunch at a restaurant. She introduced him as one of her colleagues from work. That time, if I think about the first meeting, I think I felt something wasn't right with the way my mother acted around him. That's right, I did. I did think something was wrong. It didn't feel right. I wish I'd trusted my instincts then. I was a fool to think he was a nice person just because he gave me a strawberry from his piece of cake. He was not my father's fault, because I bet he never met Uncle Akihito. But I have. I've met him many times, and there were a lot of chances to realize he was my enemy. If I had a strong enough will to protect my happiness, I could have noticed that. I can't forget how my father looked on that day. My father, who was so nice and gentle, grabbed his knees so tightly and cried so hard. He asked me if I knew Uncle Akihito. I answered yes. Then he slapped me in the face. When he slapped me, I finally realized how stupid I was for being taken in by him. That's right, it was my fault. I destroyed the happiness I had hoped to last forever with my own hands. If I hadn't been that stupid, my father wouldn't have to cry like that, and my mother would have stayed good. If I wasn't that stupid, it was my fault. I can't forgive my mother and Uncle Akihito, even when I hate him this much. I still call him Uncle, and I can't forgive myself for that. It was my fault. Everything was my fault. I was too stupid and foolish, and that's why this happened. I hate her. I'm sad. I'm frustrated. I can't stop being angry. If my mother ever came back to this house, I would rip her apart with my hands. She never came back. My anger turned towards everything that my mother left in the house. I destroyed every relic my mother left behind, one after another. I threw and smashed everything. That still didn't calm me down. Even if I turned the whole house upside down, I still couldn't calm my anger. Where does my anger gather? It starts from inside of me, goes through my arms, to my fingertips, and spurts from my nails. Where else can it go? So my nails aim at my own body. My body is the filthiest and most disgusting thing of all. I am the one to be blamed. No, I'm not to blame. My mother's most at fault. My mother's the most corrupt. My body and soul feel filthy. I wanted to stain myself black and slice the remaining flesh into pieces. One day I finally realized there are tons of maggots in my blood. I'm rotten. I'm rotten from the inside. Come on, rot more. But it is indescribably itchy. Itchy, itchy, itchy. Hi, Nert, how are you? I stabbed my thigh with a razor blade in the bathroom. Ow. Jesus Christ. The blood flowed out. Reddish black maggots spilled out. Forced myself to open my blood vessels with my thumbs. Ugh. Maggots spilled out. Squirm, 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 squirm. Squirm, 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 squirm. So many maggots spilled out from my left thigh. Probably just as many in my right thigh. Yeah, you came at the disturbing time. Yeah, maybe my calves too. My arms, abdomen, chest. No. How many maggots are there in the blood vessels in my neck? Strangely, although I've become rather insane, there's still a part of me that is calm. If I keep ripping myself apart like this, I'll end up dead. Everything is my fault. I'm the one to be blamed. Even if I blame my mother, the only way I can disgrace her is with my own body. Oh, I get it now. That's the best means for quelling my anger. I feel like I'm thinking incredibly rationally now. You're absolutely not. In order to forgive myself, I need someone else to blame. It has to be someone else's fault. But no such person exists. No matter how much I think about it or how I twist the logic, my own body is my only outlet to vent this anger. So long as there's no one else to blame, I'll be forced to rip open every blood vessel in my body. Just like no matter how much I scratch, it still itches. No matter how much I rip apart my own body, it's not enough. Blood is all over the bathroom, and I'm sure it makes for quite the gruesome scene. Though I'm trying to stay calm, I can't ignore the sharp pain that runs through my body. Maybe because I've lost so much blood, or maybe because I'm naked in the bathroom, I feel freezing cold. My whole body is throbbing, and my heart is beating so fast. I'm cold and hot at the same time, and I'm also sad, angry, and pain. I want to find something that lets me forgive myself. Then, it came. It came in a heavenly light. It was mysterious and unreal, like something out of this world. It apologized. It kept apologizing. Why is it apologizing? You apologize when you're at fault. So this thing I just met for the first time was admitting to wronging me. That means I'm not at fault. It's at fault, not me. Not the question mark. After the laugh, I dropped the razor blade. It fell into a puddle of blood. Pain is taking over my body. The pain of ripping apart my own body is taking over me. I've been telling myself this pain is the punishment for what I've done. But I'm not at fault, it is. So I don't need to accept this pain as punishment. So I don't need to defile my body anymore. She continued apologizing to me over and over as I stood there covered in fresh blood. She apologized every time I wanted to blame myself, constantly whispering that it wasn't my fault. Oh, Yashiro exists. She's always following me. Pit-pat, pit-pat. Every time I can't endure the guilt, she apologizes and tells me I am not at fault. Everything is caused by the curse of Oyashiro. Things started to go wrong when I broke that rule that I wasn't supposed to leave Hinamizawa. I finally remember. When I moved from Hinamizawa, one of my neighbors gave me a charm. She said that if I left Hinamizawa, I'd be cursed, so I had to take the charm. That's right, she gave me a charm. It had some complicated writing on it, but I haven't seen it since I moved here. I may have lost it. There's nothing I can do about that. If Hinamizawa residents leave Hinamizawa, they'll be cursed. My mother and I, even Uncle Akihito too, may have gone insane because of the curse of Oyashiro. Nobody was at fault from the beginning, because everything is caused by the curse of Oyashiro. Nobody is at fault. Nobody. I'm finally able to forgive everything. The anger that I couldn't get rid of even after I destroyed everything, including my body and soul, is finally gone. Father, now I know. The curse of Oyashiro is what caused my mother to leave, for you to be so sad. You remember Oyashiro, don't you? The guardian deity of Hinamizawa. That's right. People of Hinamizawa aren't supposed to go to the outside world. That's why Mother went insane. It's all because of the curse of Oyashiro. If we had stayed in Hinamizawa, we would have been happy. Oyashiro came to me and told me that. Come to think of it, Oyashiro has been trying to tell me that for a long time. After Mother left, I didn't know how she left or how to express my anger. Oyashiro has kept following me ever since then to let me know that. She followed me everywhere. The sound of her footsteps echoing behind me. but I pretended I didn't notice her. I was so stupid. I didn't hear her voice until I slashed my body all over. If only I had listened to Oyashiro's voice. I bet she started warning me once Uncle Akihito came into my life. If the whole family had gone back to Hinamizawa, my mother wouldn't have had an affair. We would have been happy there. I bet Oyashiro has been trying to tell me that. That's right, she must have been trying to warn me ever since we left Hinamizawa. She was always with me. She followed me everywhere. I was stupid trying to pretend I didn't notice. Everything was because of that stupidity. If I had noticed Oyashiro's voice, my family wouldn't have suffered from the curse. It's all my fault. Oyashiro's apologizing. She keeps apologizing, which means this is all her fault. So this isn't my fault, is it? Because this is the curse of Oyashiro, right? She's apologizing, saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Oyashiro's apologizing repeatedly. So I'm sorry too, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I didn't hear your voice, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. We are from Hinamizawa, so we have to keep hearing your voice. Oyashiro definitely exists. Can't you hear, Father? Don't you see? Oyashiro's right there apologizing, saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry too. Come on, Father, let's apologize too. Mother, you don't have to apologize. You should die because of the curse. Jesus Christ! I hate you, Mother. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. I hate myself for being your daughter. These maggots are your fault. They make me itch everywhere. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. No, I don't want that medicine. Mother got it to kill me, so I don't want it. I won't take it. I told you I won't take it. Stop. This is a curse, so you can't fix it with medicine. I won't get rid of the maggots because this is a curse. No, I don't want a shot either. Stop. It hurts. Damn. Everything is falling into a gray world. The voices of my father and the doctor sound so far away. Even what just happened seems like it happened a long time ago. Again, I'm given the capsule, and even my memory from a minute ago is gone. I'm back in my bed, staring at the ceiling. What I can see, the only thing that interests me is the hands on the clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I follow the minute hand as it goes around quickly, and the hour hand as it goes around slowly. I see other things, too, but they keep going through the same motions, just like the hands on the clock. I'm sorry. It's my fault, I'm sorry. Oyashiro keeps apologizing. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I'm sorry. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I'm sorry. Repeating over and over constantly and nothing else. The chorus of Higurashi coming in through the window during the night seems louder than usual. Damn. That's, Rena, if I remember correctly. Rena had all the maggots and stuff, right? God, it's been forever. God damn. Okay, let's see. That's the first page. We're getting closer. We got a majority of these now. Satoshi's Hojo's awareness of his sins. The forgiveness of Rena's sins is required. Yes. So it was Rena. That's right. That's right. Poor girl. My harsh and brutal days are still continuing without end. The situation between my aunt and Satoka remains the same. My aunt yells at Satoka for no reason every night. Although Satoka cries, she still talks back to her. My aunt's yelling goes on and on forever. Satoka's crying goes on and on too. Oh, when Satoka sees me, she grabs onto me. She hides behind my back and tries to ignore my aunt's yelling. She always comes to seek my help. Satoka doesn't open up to anyone but me. So if I don't protect her, she'll be devastated. Security is something our parents didn't grant to Satoka. I have to be the one to provide it. But every day after day, every time Satoko cries, every day after day, Satoko grabbed onto me while crying yesterday. I patted her head, but along with pity, a different emotion came to me. I wanted to grasp her head, smash her against the wall. Jesus! What an unbelievably devilish and awful emotion. No. I can't think that. No, it's not that I can't think that, I just can't acknowledge that feeling. Since that day, there has been someone else inside of me. That someone is trying to eat me up from the inside and switch places with me. When Satoko begs for my help while crying, that person tries to make me spill out some awful and hateful words that are sure to damage Satoko forever. Leave me alone. Don't grab onto me. Go away. No, I can't. To prevent him from taking over my body, I clenched my stomach, drove him out. I managed to do that. But that wasn't it. The person is coming after me, trying to get back inside of me. I won't let such a scary thing get back inside of me. He knows there's no room to slip into my heart as long as I keep it held shut like this. So he stopped trying. Instead is following right behind me. He's waiting for me to let my guard down. When I walk, he walks right behind me. He's breathing down my neck. He follows me everywhere, and when I lie down, he stares down at me. He's waiting for the right moment to jump back inside of me so he can hurt Satoko. It's been so hot lately. Maybe the heat is getting to me. That's why I think things like this. I'm the only family Satoko has, so I'll have to protect her from my aunt for the rest of my life. That's my eternal duty. The rest of my life? Forever? Do I really have to do that forever? Only Satoko, but I'm her only family. But it's because of my aunt. It's because of the villagers, too. It's almost Nagashi. Some irresponsible people are saying that the curse will once again fall upon Hinamizawa. They're also saying it'll fall upon me and Satoko for sure. Maybe it's just my imagination, but lately the villagers expecting it are giving me especially sharp looks. I feel like I'll be killed on the day of Nagashi. Of course, there's no reason why I would be killed, and it's just my imagination. Pat. Don't come inside of me. Satoko's my only sister in my family, so don't tell me those awful things. Stop, don't come this way. The footsteps came up right behind me, and the hand touched me on the shoulder. Hi, Rena. What's up, girl?
大丈夫かな?
I must have been acting weird. Rena looked worried. Her name is Rena Ryugu. She just moved here and transferred to my school. Nobody remembers her, but supposedly she lived here in Hinamizawa a long time ago. In fact, she hardly remembers anything about Hinamizawa either. Since Mion is the only other classmate who is my age, I'm glad she's my friend. She usually carries on happily alongside Mion, but occasionally she shows more feminine consideration.
具合悪いの? 保健室で休んだ方がいいんじゃないかな?
ありがとう。大丈夫だよ。僕、そんなにも具合が悪そうだったかい?
Her immediate answer made me realize I wasn't myself.
さとこちゃんのことで心配事?
いや、そういうわけじゃないんだよ。
She knows that my problem isn't physical, but a mental one. This is just something I think to myself, but even though Rena seems like a very easygoing person, maybe she's more perceptive than she appears.
レナは転校してきたばかりだから頼りないかもしれないけど、話を聞くことはできるからね。きっと聞いてあげるだけでも少しは心が軽くなると思うから。
Although she just transferred, she already knows quite a bit about me and my sister, and also the situation with the villagers. But talking about it won't solve anything. Actually, if I talk about it, I feel like I'd be admitting to my weakness, which might give that person a chance to get inside of me again.
さっき声をかけたらすごく驚いたでしょ。そんなにも考え事をしてるなら と辛い悩みなんだろうなって思って。は
ぁ。How?
それはなぜか最近誰かにずっと後をつけられているような錯覚がしてね。ひたひたペタペタ。だからそれかと思ってでごめん、僕は一体何を言ってるんだか。
足音ついてくるの？
え？
私その足音知ってる。
She do, she do. The paranoia, baby, gets to them all at one point or another. Okay, let's see. High fever. Slight fever. He has a slight fever? Since when? The fuck? Red capsule. Oh, okay.
ごめんください。
ごめん。
はいはいはい。あらら、こんにちは。あれ、どちら様？
あ、どうも。私、お隣に引っ越してきました。
She's such a little
リュウグウ
cutie.
と申します。引っ越しのご挨拶にお伺いしました。どうかよろしくお願いします。
After Rika, I think she's my favorite. But Rika is so special to me.
よく来たね。お母ちゃん、お隣さん、引っ越しのご挨拶来られたわよ。
でっけえ声出さんでも聞こえてんな。つったらわざわざ丁寧に挨拶すまなしゃろな。
竜宮さんだってお隣の空き家に引っ越されてきたって。
ああ、あんたレナちゃんかいな。大きゅうなって。
はい、レイナです。覚えててくれてたんですか？は
なんね、お母ちゃん知ってんのかい？
知ってるもなんと。ああ、お前沖宮に住んどったから。
I think half of it is just because they make the cute noises.
前に住んでたお隣
Like
さん
Rena does the little howl,
そうかいそうかい。
and then Rika does the nipa and the
やっ
meep.
ぱり都会よか。村の方が落ち着くんねえな。
住んでたのは小さい頃なんで、
Little cutie
あまりよくは
patooties.
覚えていないんですけど、でも
I actually would love to do Rena's cosplay, not gonna lie. Her like casual one with the purple
な
bow.
ら馴染むのは早いね。なんかお手伝いできることがあったらいつでも言ってね。
I've done Rika's Shrine Maiden outfit and Hanyu and her Shrine Maiden outfit as well, which I'm gonna be posting here sometime soon, hopefully before or like right after I finish this series. I'm trying to finish up all my current ones in the series I'm doing now, and then once all those are posted, I'm probably gonna start posting those. I thought I'd remember things if I walked around the village, but I still don't remember much. I do recall, however, the vivid breeze as well as my brilliant greenery. Oh, that's so dope! I absolutely would love to go. That would be amazing. Unfortunately, I am broke as fuck, and I don't see that happening anytime soon, but that would be such a really cool thing to do before I die. Put it on my bucket list, you're right. I don't remember the village, but I remember that this is my hometown. Red scars still remain on my body. Hardly visible, and I can't even feel them. I'm sure they'll disappear soon. Now that I'm back in Hinamizawa, sometimes I wonder who I was back in Ibaraki. In fact, I think I wasn't myself from the moment I left, and now by coming back here, I finally regained my true self. I can hardly remember what I was like back in Higurashi. That's probably because of the red medicine. The medicine erased all of my painful memories. Maybe that was for the best. I just wanted to be forgiven back then. I couldn't forgive my mother. I couldn't forgive Uncle Akihito. And more than anybody, I couldn't forgive myself. I wanted someone to acknowledge that I wasn't at fault. I wanted to be forgiven. So Yoshiro apologized. She told me I wasn't at fault because it was the curse of Yoshiro. That's how I was able to forgive myself. I didn't have to die by tearing my blood vessels out of my body. I think people have to die because they become corrupted. That's why people try their hardest not to dirtying themselves all their lives. But I'm still living despite how dirty I am. I've been allowed to live. Is there still some filth left on me? Or am I all clean? I don't know. The only thing I know is that the me who lived in Ibaraki and the me who's here right now are two different people. I no longer feel the need to take responsibility by ripping myself apart because of the filth. After arranging some furniture and unpacking some boxes, we finally had dinner. Although I hardly remember Hinamizawa, my father remembers things very clearly.
お父さんたちが南沢に住んでた頃にもあったんだけど、今は綿流しという行事がとても大きなお祭りになってるらしい。6月の終わり頃にあるらしいね。
綿流し？
お父さんも見たことないんでわからないんだけど、体についた汚れを綿に吸い取らせて沢に流す行事らしい。
Absorb the filth.
汚れって流してしまえるものなんだね。
そりゃそうだ。人間は罪深い生き物だからね。生きてるだけで日々汚れが我が身に降り積もっていくものなんだそうだ。それを年に1回体をお掃除するように綿に吸い取ってもらって捨ててしまおうということらしいよ。
You become burned with filth and sin by doing something bad. Court sentences can settle your crimes legally, but that doesn't mean the burden of sin of the filth will just go away. In other words, human hands can't erase the human filth in this world. Filth is something humans can't get rid of, and that's why we need a god from a different world to do that. That's what I thought. Human hands erasing filth, human filth in the human world. Bleeding the cotton absorbs and drifting it down the stream. That means it's okay to live in this world. I tried to commit suicide because... oh my bad. I couldn't forgive myself. Yoshiro apologized to me and told me to come back to Hinamizawa. And now, here in Hinamizawa, there's this Watanagashi, a ceremony to get rid of filth. This isn't just a coincidence. Hinamizawa is a place to wash away your filth. Forgive sins. It's a place of forgiveness.
そういうのをな、みそぎって言うんだ。
あ、言葉だけは聞いたことあるかな。
日本文化というものは、汚れというものにものすごく厳格だろ。汚れを残したまま表舞台にとどまることを許さない。ほら、政治家や社長で汚職があるとすぐに辞職するのもそういうことだ。汚れた人は表舞台を去らなければならない。悪く言うと、汚れを誰か一人に押し付けて隕石させるわけだな。
Sin and filth must be removed. That's why people push them onto someone else and try to get rid of the filth by sacrificing that person. But if that's the case, every time that filth is created, people will try to pass around responsibility for it. It's awfully hideous. It's almost like seeing demons in the human world. That's why they came up with the idea of letting the cotton absorb all the filth. By doing so, people can live without making someone else take on all the responsibilities, sins, and filth. Putting everyone's sins onto someone and then killing that person makes that person a sacrifice. He wants to be a sacrifice. That's why they desperately push their sins around. A purification ceremony is about replacing the human sacrifice with a non-human one. Purification ceremony dramatically changes Japanese culture. Before then, people always believed someone needed to be sacrificed. In other words, even with filth, everyone can live without blaming someone else. Filth can be forgiven by a method other than death. Only an existence higher than humans can forgive them. I was forgiven by Oyoshiro and came back to this place, to Watanagashi, the purification ceremony that exists here. Letting cotton absorb the filth and drifting it away. There's no need for a sacrifice. That's why I've been allowed to live. The filthy me has drifted away, so that the me that remains is no longer Rena Ryugu. If I'm not Rena, then who am I? If I'm without filth, without all the icky things, who am I? A name vaguely appeared in my head. My new name that only removes one of the letters from Reina that I think is a cute name. All the icky things are erased and forgiven with the removal of that one letter. So my name is no longer Reina. My name is... Renna. Renna-na-na-na. What a little cutie patootie. Okay, what else we got here? Okay. Since we're doing Rena stuff, let's do this.
俺はそろそろおいとまします。どうもごちそうさまでした。
ねえねえ、また来たってな。
ただいま
ただいま
あれ、広志おじさん、お久しぶりです。
おお、ミヨンちゃん。今帰りかい。おじさんは今から送迎だよ。
送迎？ああ、不動産屋さんのお仕事
Sonozaki family is one of the largest landowners here in the Hinamizawa area. However, since all the land is out there in the countryside, it just ends up sitting there. Recently, the land owned by the Sonozaki family was put on sales at lots. At the family meeting, some of our relatives opposed the idea by saying we shouldn't sell off land that was handed down from our ancestors. But Granny snapped and shut them right up. Yeah, you don't mess with Granny. Some of the unused fields were made into vacant lots and released for public sale. Actually, I had some questions about it too. The Sonozaki family is very wealthy. We have plenty of land as well as money. So why did we have to sell it off? What's more surprising to me is that Granny was the one who came up with the idea. I would have thought she'd get furious if someone ever mentioned something like that.
じゃあね、駅前に寄った時はぜひ遊びにおいでよ。麦茶くらいごちそうするから。
はい、ありがとうございます。お仕事はどんな感じですか？
都会な人が案外興味を持ってくれたからびっくりだわ。便利な都会に住みながらわざわざこんな田舎に別荘が持ちたい小金持ちばっかりだね。
やれやれ、物好きなことで。
一見別荘じゃなくて引っ越しで検討されてるお宅があったね。アトリエが持ちたいとか言ってたから画家さんとかかね。
へえ、そりゃすごいや。
おっといけねえわ。じゃあおじさんはバスに戻るわ。
So supposedly he planned a tour, shit. He planned a tour to show them the lots, and he's the one driving the bus. I should be around time of the tour and the explanations to end. He left in a hurry.
ねえ、聞いていい？よそ者嫌いのバッチャがさ、どうしてわざわざ分譲地なんかにしたの？
あたしゃよそ者なんか嫌いだし、都会者も大嫌いだ。だが村にゃ必要なんよ。空気の入れ替えみたいなもんさな。
外の人が来ることで何か村にいい影響があるっていうこと？
こかい村だね。今忙しい世の中だから一日たりともそったしといとくらんかな。昔だったら10年20年住んでても何にも変わらん。変化のない静かな村だったんよ。
まあそれが田舎ってもんだしね。この村じゃ昨日と今日と明日に何の違いもない。私は退屈だけどね。
でも友達ができたろ。外から竜宮のレナちゃんが引っ越してきて友達になってくれたんだろうが。近い年の友達ができて嬉しい言うとったがな。
うん、予期せぬ友達が突然できるのは楽しいね。
レナちゃんが今度な、ミヨン学校が退屈だ言うとったんね。いや覚えとる。
それが外から引っ越してくることによる効果だって言いたいわけ？
どんな寒い冬場にかてたまには換気をせんとな。いろりの悪い空気がたまって窒息しちまう。寒くてしんどいのは承知で、 窓をガラリと開けることもあるんよ。
外から人を迎えることが村の換気になる。
ああ、なるん。そしてきれいな空気を入れて、あたしらみたいな悪い空気やとっとと追い出されるべきなんよ。
If I bring up the Hojo family, I know Granny will explode, so I won't. But I think what Granny is trying to say includes things like their ongoing isolation. Even now when she remembers about what happened at the explanatory meeting, she gets really upset. But I guess even she feels that needs to come to an end. This is the most rational I've ever seen this lady. Of course, she can't just say she'll forgive them, not when she's at this stage. She can't lose face by openly saying they need to be forgiven. Honestly, I think she's behaving like a little schoolgirl who actually likes a person but treats them rudely when they're around. Maybe people really do go back to being children when they get old enough. I'm not just talking about Granny. The same can be said about all the people in the village. Or maybe I should say the evil around here. It must be what she meant by bad air. There's no use circulating the air in a closed room. Unless you open the windows and let fresh air in, the air in the room won't be purified.
実際に引っ越してくる人があるかはわからないけど、その人にそこまでを期待しちゃうのは気の毒じゃない？
レナちゃんが一人転校してきてもミオンは変わるね。誰が引っ越してきてもきっと村は変わる。願わくばそれが元気な若者でわしら年寄り連中が
Funny enough, someone with that exact description is coming
られ
here.
るくらい大暴れしてくれよると嬉しいんだが、それこそ年寄り連中がもうやっとれんね、あの世に退散するわいうくらいにな。
何それ、死んだおじいちゃんの話？
あ、ほんたれ、誰がじいさまの話をしたんよ。ほれ、お手伝いさん言って縁側のお茶を片付けさせてくれな。
へいへい、了解了解。
ミオン、
ん？
北条聡が消えた日、お前あたしに詰め寄ったろが。
ああ、そんなこともしたね。
あたしゃな、あれで目が覚めたんよ。北条家がどうのこうのいう問題は年寄り連中が死ねば時間が解決してくれるなんてんじゃあかんね。そんなの待たずはよう解決せんとなあかん。
でも自分にはそれができないからよそ者にそれを託す。
それがあたしにできる精一杯だね。
どんな悪い手札だって次のドローでいい札が入れば流れが変わるきっかけになることもある。それに期待して山から札を引くのもありかもしれない。
新しい風はミオ、お前らの世代になる。外の風を迎え入れたれな。そしてお前は内からの風となって混じり合いながら村のよどみを吹き飛ばしてくれ。
他力本願の極みだね。自分が火種を作ったくせに孫にその尻拭いをさせるとは。
そういいなや。新しい風を、新しいそ
れが次期当主の仕事だってんなら
頼むわミオン。あたしゃ置いたね。もう憎まれ役しかできん。
The wind chimes sounded quietly. Maybe that's a sign to let us know a cool breeze is on the way. Well, that was surprisingly wholesome. Considering all the other ones, you know. Awareness of his sins. School is the children's world. The values of grown-ups don't apply. Children decide their own values and create their own world. The rules of the grown-up world of the village don't mean anything here. Even when the villagers badmouth the Hojo family and try to isolate them, that has no meaning at our school. In the children's world, children decide the rules. Rules I think are irrational don't exist here. That's why, as the representative for the children here, I vow that I will never let any irrational rules come into our world. In this school, no harassment is allowed toward the Hojo siblings. At the very beginning, some boys teased Satoko, but they were punished severely and it hasn't happened ever since. That's the least I can do to resist the madness of the village. So I hope Satoshi and Satoko both feel that the school is a safe place for them. Satoshi must notice my concern because he often smiles when he's here. However, I never see Satoko smile. Satoko's classmate used to try to cheer her up, but soon after they decided it was best to just leave her alone. I used to try to talk to her, but when I realized something, I stopped doing that. I'm a member of the Sonozaki family. To Satoko, I'm one of her enemies, so I'm sure she feels uncomfortable to have me around her. All I can do is to watch over her. That's why Satoko was alone in the classroom. That said, Rika is always hanging around with her, even though Satoko told her she was annoying. Satosha, too, is always behind her. These two are the only ones who remain by her side. It isn't limited to Satoko, of course. Militia's isolation is still continuing towards the Hojo family. Because their hysterical aunt is so hostile towards her neighbors, there's nobody who sympathizes with her. It's wise to know there are fights worth picking and also fights better set aside. If the aunt had even a little tolerance or self-control, this isolation wouldn't have continued. Of course, the villagers were the ones who forced them into that role, even though they weren't related to the issue. But if she'd stayed quiet, then it wouldn't have gone so far. Aunt's hostility is one thing, but she's driving everyone in the family into it as well. The uncle and the aunt haven't been getting along, and he hardly comes home. Both Satoshi and Satoko are forced to live in shame. Aunt vents her stress by harassing Satoko. So it's the same, too. The aunt is her guardian after all, but Satoko doesn't even try to hide her disgust, so things aren't going smoothly between them. If she had behaved like Satoshi, then she wouldn't have been made into a target. So does that mean the sad life Satoko is living right now is something she caused herself? No, it doesn't. No matter how much I sympathize and how much I want to help her, nobody knows what to do. Apology won't change the situation. Flow can't be reversed. The fact that the Hojo family is ostracized by the entire village can't be changed. It's the horribleness lurking underneath our lives. The neighbors, the village, the community. Once they become your enemies, the world can become so cruel. Japanese people have known that since ancient times, which is why we cultivate empathy and an obligation to show courtesy to one's neighbors. No matter who I blame, Satoko won't smile. The only thing I can do is to watch over her and make sure that she's safe when she's at school.
ありがとう。ミオ。
えごめん、何？
貞子にいつも気を使ってくれてありがとうって。
Soji kind of appears absent-minded, but sometimes he says things as if he can read your thoughts. I tried to deny it since it's out of character for me, but he smiled as if he could tell exactly what I was thinking.
貞子は笑顔の浮かべ方を忘れてしまっただけなんだよ。学校にいる時は本当に少しだけ肩の力を抜ける時間を得られてる。それはきっと貞子にとってとても優しい時間になってるって思ってるよ。
おじさんが気を使えるのはせいぜい。
そんなことないよ。僕も感謝してるよ。
よしてよ。感謝されることなんかないって。迷惑かけてるのは多分うちなんだしさ。
そんなこと思ってないよ、全然。
I'm not good at reading people's subtle cues, but I know for sure what he just said is a lie. So she knows that he and his family are being isolated because of the Sonozakis, and he's of course aware that I'm a member of the Sonozaki family too. So she's mature, and that's the only reason he doesn't take it out on me. If he had the same temper as his aunt, he would hate me bitterly. Knowing that, the least I can do is not get close to them. But I'm a meddlesome person. When I see Satoko looking depressed or Satoshi forcing himself to smile, I have to do something. It might be even more troublesome to Satoshi and Satoko, though.
私
里子の気持ちを全然理解してないのかな。
どうして？
里子が辛い思いをしてる一番の原因は、うちにあるそこの娘の私が里子の周りをうろちょろすることは、その空気の読め。
そんなことはないよ。ミオンはそれくらいがちょうどいいと思うけどな。
何よそれ。私は無神経な方がぴったりだって言うの？
そういう意味じゃないよ。その空気というのが里子から笑顔を奪っているのなら、そんな空気なんか全然気にしない人じゃなきゃ里子に笑顔は戻せないって思ってるから。
うまいこと言ってるけど、さりげなくおじさんのことバカにしてるでしょ。ひどいな。
バカにしてなんかいないよ。助けてほしいだけなんだよ。僕一人の力じゃ里子に笑顔は戻せない。ミオンみたいな力強い人の助けがいるんだよ。
でも私園崎家のミオンだよ。私なんかが無神経なことやったらかえって里子を傷つけるかも。
その空気が里子を一人ぼっちにしているのに、だからミオンも里子を一人ぼっちにするのかい？
It's the first time Satoshi has asked me for something so aggressively. Soko is a very important person to him. He's saying he needs my help to make her smile again. But still... No. Maybe he's right. What's going on between the Senozaki family and the Hojo is an issue among the grown-ups. We children don't need to care about that. The irrational rules of the grown-ups don't mean anything in our world. So I have to object to the irrationality of the grown-up world using methods of my own.
里子は本当に私のこと迷惑に思わないかな。
初めは少しは思うかもしれない。でも僕も一緒だから、ミオンと一緒だから、すぐに打ち解けるよ。
そうかな。今日学校が終わったら里子を遊びに誘ってみる？
家に帰るとおばさんにいろいろ言われて表に出られなくなってしまうかもしれない。
なら簡単だね。家に帰らずに遊べばいいんだ。
でも帰りがあまりにも遅くなると何の道草を食っていたんだと。
ならさ、あれだ部活動に加わったっていうのはどう？
部活？
うん。部活ってことにして学校で遊んでから帰ればいいじゃん。だって学校から帰らないでそのまま遊んでる男の子だって大勢いるんだしね。全然問題ないよ。
でも服を汚すとまたおばさんに。
ならさ、アウトドアじゃなくてインドア中心にすればいいわけよ。それなら服も汚れないしね。
インドアってことは教室？でもあんまり暴れると千恵先生に。
なんて
インドアで暴れずにだけれども熱く遊ぶことは可能なんだよ。おじさんこう見えてもゲームが大好きでね、海外ものの貴重なものとか結構集めてたりするのさ。マニュアルが英語だったり難しかったりで対戦してくれる相手がいなくて死蔵しちゃってるのが多いんだけどね。
それ里子にも遊べるかな？
もちろんルールなんてね、分かんなかったらその場で作っちゃえばいいんだよ。全員が同じルールに従う以上どんなルールだったって公平なんだからね。
I said it's so confident, but would bringing games from home and asking So to play with us actually make her smile again? What have I got to lose? Maybe I'll bring one of those board games tomorrow.
あとさ、ミオン、相談があるんだけど。
何？おじさんで乗れる相談なら何でも聞いてよ。
僕アルバイトを探してるんだ。里子を元気づけるのに誕生日に素敵なプレゼントをしたら喜ぶかなって思って。
that's 5. Part-time job, footsteps following. Okay, got it. Cat hairs on my PC screen. What the hell, cats?
いえいえ、届けなんていりません。サトシ君は我がひなみ沢ファイターズの頼もしい選手なんですからね。席はちゃんと開けてあります。いつでも戻ってきていいんですからね。
わかりません。当分は戻ってこれないと思うので、一度退部にしてもらった方がいいと思いまして。
Shoshkin says he wants to quit the Hinamizawa fighters. I know very well of Satoshi and Satoko's situation. I was expecting that he might say this. The relationship between Satoko and her aunt has gotten worse to the point that it can be considered abuse. When someone from the Child Consultation Center came, of course her aunt behaved herself. Immediately after, her harassment turned even more vicious. According to the neighbors, the aunt's scolding and Satoko's crying can be heard nightly, and sometimes it goes on past midnight. Satoko's weekly physical checkup results are slowly growing worse. We're trying to keep her stable by increasing her medication. Unless her relationship with her aunt improves, she's sure to go terminal and sink into madness. Although she isn't the type to become deranged, even at the terminal stage. She's the type who holds everything in, harboring her insanity inside, just like when she pushed her parents off the cliff 2 years ago. Satoko may kill herself. Thanks to the mountain dogs, the incident was resolved as an accident. Oishi stepped aside, though he's still suspicious. If something like that happens again around Satoko, he's sure to investigate her mercilessly. I can't do anything more about Satoko's environment changing for the worst. So I'm not surprised to hear that Satoshi wants to quit the baseball team so he can be with his sister more.
実は僕、アルバイトを始めるんです。それで、あまり野球に出られなくて。
アルバイトですか。何か買いたいものでもあるんですか。
はい。もうすぐ、サトコの誕生日なんです。サトコが欲しがっているぬいぐるみがあるので、それをプレゼントしてやりたいと思いまして。
That's right. I remember the birth date on her insurance card. I think it's June 24th. Right after the Watanagashi festival.
そうですか。サトシ君は本当に妹思いのお兄さんですね。それはきっとサトコちゃんも喜んでくれるでしょう。
喜んでくれると嬉しいです。
I can tell Satoshi is also stressed out. To him, seeing Satoko being harassed is the same thing as being harassed himself. His stress can be released through moderate exercise, such as with sports, and also with plenty of rest. Satoko is being yelled at nightly, then it's easy to figure out that Satoshi isn't getting enough sleep either. I don't know what kind of job he's starting, but I don't think he'll be able to vent his stress on it. In fact, I don't like the idea of Satoshi taking a part-time job because he's already so worn out in every way. I asked him if he wanted me to help him pay for the present, but of course he declined the offer. It's a present from him, so he wants to earn the money himself. He's taking this part-time job only to earn enough money to buy Satoko's present, so it'll be a temporary thing. If it's for a short period of time, maybe it won't be that bad. Well, I want to stop him from working because I don't want him to get even more stressed. Since he says Satoko's birthday is near, I don't think I can stop him. So she is determined. If I say any more, I may lose his trust. So I'll have to accept his leave of absence.
そうだ。監督、バットを一本借りていってもいいですか？
I completely misunderstood his words. Later I found out he carried around the bat to protect himself. And realized that even though he was already showing some dangerous symptoms. I believed there would be a 4th mysterious death this year. And that he would be the victim. He became obsessed with the idea that someone was after his life. It's a symptom of Hinamizawa syndrome's terminal stage. Although I was involved so deeply with the syndrome, I was careless.
バットですか？はて、何に使うんですか？
Soshikun had his own bat. He should have asked if he could take it home, but instead he asked if he could borrow it. When I think about it now, he said it that way to lighten his guilty conscience, but how could I have known then?
いえ、野球にはそんなに来れなくなりますけど、でもきっと。
それはいいですね。そういうことならぜひ持って行ってください。素振りをするときは十分周りを確認して 危険がないよう注意してからやってくださいね。ご近所迷惑でなければタイヤを吊るしてそれを打つのもいい練習になるでしょう。
Swinging it back can release stress. Letting him take the bat home will help. That's what I thought. But that was a huge mistake. I realized it only when things were already past the point of no return. Yep. Then he does the murder-durings. Okay. So the bat one should be accessible now. Yes. We were prepared to respond quickly this year. That was why we were able to start the investigation immediately by securing the crime scene. The victim is the wife of the younger brother of the Hojo couple. She's an extremely suitable target for the 4th year's curse of Oyashiro. She has a horrible reputation among the locals. After the incident, everyone said she deserved to be cursed. I have a general idea of who the culprit must be. It's probably Satoshi, an innocent-looking kid. Or even a motive. The deceased abused his sister relentlessly. This would be in revenge for that. Also, when he attended the inspection of the crime scene, he was rather frantic, yet also far too composed, as if he was totally unrelated to the incident. My intuition from many years of police work tells me that 8 or 9 times out of 10, someone who acts that way is the perp. I have no concrete proof, but if I question him and shake him up a bit, I have a feeling he'll confess.
これだけ仏をめった打ちにしていれば、星も返り血を少なからず浴びたものと思います。そいつが見つけられれば決め手になりそうですね。
まあよっぽどの間抜けでなけりゃ処分してるでしょうがね。犯行を認めた後に捨てたと称する場所から発見できれば検察も納得してくれるでしょう。
This was a pretty insignificant as a standalone case. A confession from Satoshi would end it. Everyone except me must believe that. But if I look at it as part of the series of mysterious deaths, it won't be so easy. Either the 3 families of the village, or the Sonozaki family alone is directly involved in this. If they are the ones pulling the strings, they must have instigated Satoshi into committing his crime. If so, Satoshi is someone who knows way too much about them. Sonozaki family's actions must remain hidden. If he could connect them to the crime, would they let him run around freely? Satoshi is a loving brother who cares very much for his sister, and they set him up to kill his aunt as the 4th year's curse. After that, they will eliminate the one person who could be connecting them to the crime. Satoshi is not just a simple criminal. He was set up. After that, my suspicions were confirmed, for he abruptly vanished. He disappeared in such a puzzling way. He didn't run because he was afraid that his crime had come to light. Another culprit came into the picture. He was already arrested for a different crime, and furthermore, he died while in prison. He confessed to information only the culprit himself would have known. Therefore, he must be the culprit. But as he's already dead, the investigation was closed. Satoshi Hojo disappeared a few days after the festival. It's obvious someone doesn't want Satoshi to be connected to this incident. My boss put pressure on me to close the investigation and file Satoshi's disappearance as a separate incident. He even handed the case over to a different section. The way this case is closing so rapidly greatly resembles the same trick used 2 years ago with the Hojo's couple's accident. There's no doubt it's the work of someone who could put pressure on the police. As it happens, the Sonozaki family is the only one who can actually exact influence on the police department here in the Hinamizawa area. They may think their trails are covered, but this points towards them more clearly than anything. According to my informant, Oriyu Sonozaki mentioned the 4th year's curse at the family meeting and hinting that she was the one behind it all. Hinting isn't strong enough evidence, but there's no mistaking that Oriyu Sonozaki is the one pulling the strings. I know they're the ones who did in the old man, but I just can't grab them. Principal offender is still on the loose, but I'm sure he's being sheltered somewhere by the Sonozaki family. I have to locate him and find that missing right arm. I'll return the arm to his grave and make the principal offender and the masterminds both bow down before it. However, just like how Satoshi Hojo disappeared, it's possible the principal offender has already been eliminated. But he's already been killed and buried somewhere nobody can find. If that's the case, then that's fine. I'll make the old bag who orders someone to kill the old man slam her forehead on the ground before his grave. This I swear. After the 4 years curse, people are always saying something will happen again next year. Even with all my preparations, I couldn't prevent the incident from happening this time. It's too late if something happens. I must keep my eyes on the core of the village before something takes place. There's a reason why I have to get to the bottom of this by next year. Because I'm retiring. My mother was wanting to go back to her hometown in Hokkaido, and for a long time she's been asking me to move there when I retire. I feel that's the least I can do for her, so I agreed to move to Hokkaido when I retire. Next year is my last chance to avenge the old man's death. It happened 4 years in a row, so more than likely there will be a 5th curse too. As a result of the series of mysterious deaths, the village had been tightly knit together since the dam protests. They were told that the betrayers would be punished in the name of the curse. To the masterminds, that's enough reason to continue with the series of mysterious deaths. According to rumors, this year's victim, the ant, was cursed because she didn't participate in the Watanagashi festival. There are villagers who believe that if they don't participate in next year's Watanagashi, they'll be cursed. It'll be a huge festival next year for sure. Something will happen. A series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as the Curse of Oyashiro. I will avenge the old man. I definitely will. I mean, he did try his best, man. Okay, all those are done. I can do this one now. Death of the ant, okay. The village was in an uproar, because the 4th mysterious incident in a row which everyone believed would happen actually did. Stoka's aunt was killed. All the villagers feel rather satisfied about this incident, saying the curse finally fell on her for being a local troublemaker, but I know the truth. When I saw the beaten up body at the crime scene, I knew Satoshi was responsible for it. Her abuse towards Satoka was getting worse and worse. Satoshi wanted to protect her, so he brought home a baseball bat. All the signs were there, so I didn't even need to hear it from Satoshi. Yet I couldn't avoid questioning myself. I felt bad for the Hojo siblings, who had no one on their side, so I tried to be their ally. In the end, I failed to be of any help to them. The phone rang. It was Satoshi. He's never called me before. What happened? Does he want me to help him? If so, I will. I truly feel that way.
監督ですか。お仕事中にすみませんでした。
いえいえ、気になさらないでください。どうかなさいましたか？
車を持っている人が他に思いつかなかったんで。
車ですか？ええ、ありますよ。
実は今沖宮のおもちゃ屋さんの前にいるんです。ミオンのおじさんのおもちゃ屋じゃなくて、もう一軒の歯医者さんの近くにあるおもちゃ屋さんの方です。
ああ、わかりますわかります。
それで聡子の誕生日プレゼントの大きくって自転車に積めないんです。
大きくって自転車に積めない？サトシ君、あなたどれだけ大きなぬいぐるみを買ったんですか？
I guess he didn't think about it when he went to the toy store on his bicycle. Now he's stuck. That's so typical of him. I can't help but smile warmly. In other words, he can't carry both the bicycle and the teddy bear, so he wants me to come pick him up. I told him I'd be right over and head to this toy store in Okinomiya. When I got there, I found that the teddy bear he bought is a lot bigger than I imagined.
これは大きいですね。確かにこれじゃ自転車は無理でしょう。
Teddy bear is so big that Satoshi can hardly wrap his arms around it. If he puts it on his lap in the passenger seat, he won't be able to see anything. We loaded the bicycle into the back seat and stuffed the teddy bear in the trunk.
しかしこれだけの大きなぬいぐるみともなると高かったでしょう。
ええ、まあそこそこね。
first I thought he was sweating because of the heat. He's acting oddly. As if he has a high fever and his consciousness is coming and going.
どうしましたか？具合でも悪いんですか？
多分、いえ、風邪です。
それはよくありませんね。診療所に寄っていきませんか？具合を見てあげましょう。
ありがとうございます。
Called earlier, he didn't sound this way. Did he become ill all of a sudden?
どうぞ、リクライニングを倒して楽にしてください。
Look for
冷房が強すぎません
Look
か？
for hydrate.
大丈夫ですか？
His face is turning pale. I can tell he has a high fever. Satoshi was pushing himself to buy this teddy bear. Teddy bear this size can't be that cheap. For him to earn enough money in such a short period of time, he must have worked hard and long hours. Maybe he felt relieved now that he got the teddy bear he had wanted to buy. It's not unusual for a person to collapse after reaching his big goal. Not with a heavy fever like that, though. Jesus.
さとこちゃん、きっと喜ぶと思いますよ。
喜んで欲しいです。
喜びますよ。私が保証しちゃいます。
もうおじさんも帰ってこない。もうこれでさとこをいじめ。
そうですね。もうさとこちゃんをいじめる人はいません。だからこれからはゆっくりと過ごしていいんです。
おばさんは死んだんですもんね。
はい、確かに死にました。検視には私も立ち会っています。間違いありませんよ。だからもう二度とさとこちゃんをいじめたりはしません。
本当におばさんが死んでるのは？
はい、間違いなく。
じゃあたまに通りすがるおばさんが実は生きてて退院してきたとか。
ええ、そんなことはありえません。二度と私たちの前に現れることはありませんよ。
じゃああの人、あれもよく似てるけどおばさんじゃないんですよね。
He's hallucinating very bad. She pointed at the oncoming car in fear. Of course, the car passed by so quickly I couldn't see her face. No matter how much she looks like her, it's impossible for her to be alive.
ほら、あの人もあんなにそっくりでもおばさんじゃないんですか？だって僕を見ましたよ。
落ち着いてください、サトシ君。おばさんは完全に死にました。だからどんなに似ていてもそれはおばさんではありません。
似てる。いや、違う。本当におばさんなの。あんなに殺したのに、あんなに殴ったのに、なんで。
He's delusional. He's seeing his aunt coming back from the dead. Then I finally realize Satoshi is displaying symptoms of the terminal stage. I need to examine him once I get to the clinic. It's different from Satoko's case. They already have the cure. We can treat Satoshi. If I talk to the mountain dogs, they'll take care of the murder of his aunt. So I can both save him from going terminal and give him back his peaceful days with Satoko. He was deranged until just a minute ago, but now he's gone quiet. He didn't fall asleep. I must get to the clinic while Satoshi remains in this calm state. There's no guarantee he won't attack me while I'm driving. As if he knows what is going through my mind, Satoshi spoke to me quietly.
監督、これってやっぱりお社様のたたりなんでしょうか？
たたりなんかありません。どうか気を強く持ってください。
里子、ぬいぐるみを買う直前まで僕はだから
そんな僕を親代様は許さなかったんだ。僕は兄失格なんだ。僕は
無理に喋らなくていいですよ。まぶたを閉じて休んでいてください。すぐに診療所に着きますからね。そうしたら具合のすぐ良くなる薬をあげますからね。
僕の血の中にもウジ虫が湧いてるのかな。かゆい。
書かないで。喉を書いてはいけません。
We arrived at the back door to the clinic. I slammed the brakes and stopped the car. Toshi has already started to claw at his throat. I can't stop him by myself. I asked for some help through the intercom. Some staff members came out immediately. Maybe Satoshi was surprised to see so many people at once because he started to resist. I don't even need to run tests. He's at L5. He's reached the terminal stage and his thoughts must be filled with delusions. Maybe he thinks that the staff members want to kill him. Staff members pinned his arms and legs down and gave him a shot to put him to sleep.
監督、助けて。大丈夫ですよ。すぐに治療しますから、しばらくの間楽にしていてください。
里子、お願い。
Please take care of Satoko. Just saying those words, he fell unconscious.
あらあら。騒がしいと思ったら、これは何事ですの？
サトシ君が急性発症したようです。彼の日頃のストレスを考えれば、いつ発症してもおかしくなかったでしょう。いや、ぬいぐるみを買うまで自制心でそれをずっと抑え続けてきたに違いありません。
なんだか毎年綿流しになると生きた検体が手に入りますわね。これもお社様のたたりのおかげなのかしら。
Why is she such a bitch? I don't have time to listen to her nonsense. Like, the kid's literally fucking dying, and you're just like, oh, we have another experiment. Yay! Rude ass bitch. Okay, so those ones. High fever. Slight fever. Eh? I don't remember that. But okay, Takano always comes with me whenever I go to take pictures on a stroll. She might have discovered the joy of cameras, and I'm happy to gain a friend who shares the same hobby. However, there's actually something else she's much more interested in. That would be the history of Hinamizawa. She frequently visited libraries and local archives to read through various documents and books, and when it comes to Hinamizawa, she's gained quite extensive knowledge of the local history. When she's in a good mood, she tells me about things like how Hinamizawa used to be called Onokifuji Village, and how the villagers used to perform various cruel ceremonies based around the worship of Oyashiro. It seems she loved tales of violence, and I actually gave her a mysterious charm. That's charming to you? On the other hand, I don't do well with grotesque things, so I can hardly say anything in response. The stories of cruel ceremonies that she gets excited about, I don't really get them at all that well. However, with the way her eyes light up shocks, I don't mind spending time with her even if I have to hear about cruel things. How the fuck is that charming? What?
だって楽しいわよ。封印された過去の暗黒史を紐解くなんて、とてもワクワクすることだとは思わない？
But of course, it isn't. The dark history of Hinamizawa that she loves is something cruel and atrocious, like the witch hunts in the Middle Ages.
それに、Hinamizawa症候群を調べる上でも、とても役立つことなのよ。何も顕微鏡を覗くことだけが調べることになるとは限らない。この寄生虫と長い時間を過ごしてきたこの村の伝承の方がよっぽど重要な何かを教えてくれることもあるんだから。
それもそうだね。うん。高野さんは本当に
だって研究こそ私のライフワークだもの。未知の神秘に踏み込む。それは多分 考えることに悦を感じることができる人間だけに許された最高の娯楽だと思うの。この研究の第一人者だった高野先生もひなみ沢症候群の研究に生涯を捧げるだけの何かを見出し、その魅力に取りつかれていたに違いないでしょうね。多分私だけがそんな高野先生の気持ちを理解してると思うの。
You don't,
研究者でない
you
二
don't
郎さ
want
ん
to
に
know.
は難しい
She's
か
always
し
so
ら。
enthusiastic every time she talks about the late Takano, an independent researcher who was the first one to discover the existence of the syndrome. There has to be something more there than just her admiration as a researcher. Come to think of it, Dr. Takano's full name was Hifumi Takano. Takano-san's full name is Mio Takano. Not only are their last names pronounced the same, but their first names follow a similar pattern. They must be connected somehow. I don't know anything about Takano's personal history, but there's a good chance that her name is an alias. So it's very possible she chose a name to reflect the researcher she admires.
なるほど。ひょっとして高野さんは、いや、高野さんが尊敬しているその先生の名前が確か高野ひふみ、そして高野さんの名前がみよ。123の後を引き継いで34。
それを誰かに聞いたの？
いや今僕が適当に考えただけなんだよ。別に
正解よ。鈍い二郎さん。
いや、高野さんがその高野先生をとても尊敬しているのは知ってたし、まるでなんとなくそんな気がしただけなんだよ。作家のペンネームだってほら、尊敬する作家のオマージュで名前を付けることもあるし、なら高野美代って名前もペンネームみたいなものなのかなって思って。
そんなことはないわよ。高野美代は本名よ。
え？じゃあ高野先生とは本当は同じ名字なのかね？それはますますびっくりだね。しかも
二郎さんたら運命的だなんて大げさ。
This is news to me. I heard Takano has discovered documents about the Hinamizawa syndrome left by Dr. Takano after his death and decided to continue his research. I've never heard of them being related before.
祖父の研究を引き継ぐために予算をというと、まるで身内びいきのために予算を引っ張ろうとしているように見えて印象がよく、だから人前で高野先生が私の祖父だと話し。
そうだったのかい。なるほどね。君がひなみ沢症候群の研究に入江所長も驚くほどの情熱。
祖父も医学的見地からだけでなく、古文書などの文献からもひなみ沢症候群を探っていたの。ひなみ沢症候群と何百年にもわたって共にあった村の文献を調べることは何百倍もの倍率を。
なるほどね。だとしたら自分の完成できなかった研究をこれだけ立派に引き継いでくれたおじ
そうだといい。
I said something Takano would normally tease me about, but she didn't. She nodded and smiled. There's no mistake. She is indeed the granddaughter of Dr. Takano. Yep.
祖父がひふみで123。私は祖父を継ぎ、ようやく3を共に数えたに過ぎない。そして祖父の次の4。
それでミヨという名前なんだね。素敵な名前だと。
ありがとう。私が孫だという話を内緒にしてほしいの。クライアント
うん、分かったよ。これは僕と高野さんの秘密ということで。
Well, it's
私
only
は
a
よう
small
やく3を
secret.
数えただけ。まだ4にすらいた。
It feels good to think that I'm the only one who knows about
研
it.
究の道のりはまだまだ険しく長いけれど、私は最後までやり抜くわ。必ずひなみ沢症候群の秘密を暴く。
Oh, did I not press it again? My
僕
bad.
もそれを応援するよ。
My bad.
もともと
もうそういう余計なことを言わなければ十分かっこいいのに。
するよ。
二度言い直してもダメね。一回で言えなくちゃかっこよくはならないわね。
We laughed cheerfully together. After we finished laughing, she became serious again and spoke as if to drive the point home.
だから二郎さん、くれぐれも
言わないよ。約束する。
孫だからいけないということはないけれど、クライアント、
そんなことはないと思うよ。第一、僕は喋らないしね。
絶対よ。私はこの研究のために命をもらったの。祖父の研究を完成させることだけが私の使命。踏みにじられた研究が世界を驚かす偉大なものであったことを証明し、土の下で朽ちる祖父をたたえさせ、神に昇華させること。それだけが私の生きる理由であり目的なの。二郎さん、もしそれを邪魔するような不用意な言葉をあなたがうっかり漏らして研究に支障が出たならば。
大丈夫だよ。ここで聞いた話は忘れるよ。本当さ。いや、絶対に口外しない。僕は約束は守るよ。絶対に言わない。
絶対よ、二郎さん。
I sensed something frightening within her for a moment. Afraid that she would end up possessed by it, I swore to keep the promise. Her intellectual curiosity as a researcher and her conviction to complete her grandfather's work are what stirs her passion for researching Hinamizawa syndrome. I think there's one more reason, but it's far too deep, and it's within a wound at her heart that someone like me should never touch. But earlier, she said, if you create problems for my research, I wonder what she meant to say after that. I can't help but thinking she wanted to see something terrifyingly merciless. I kept my promise with her, and we never talked about the issue again after that. Yep. And then she does the murdering on you. Okay, what else we got? These are done for now. Okay, those are done. Oh, his promise. Okay. Yeah. There we go. All the things. It happened so suddenly. Koizumi passed away. I never heard he was ill or wasn't feeling well. His chest started to hurt suddenly and he couldn't sleep. He called an ambulance for the first time in his life because he didn't think he could endure the pain. He was taken into emergency care, but he didn't live to see morning. It was an acute myocardial infection, but maybe it was the best possible way to go. Instead of being in bed for many years, slowly dilapidating and withering away, he was healthy until his death, so I think he must have lived a wonderful life. But still, it was too sudden. I mean, he was an old dude. I wish I had called him Uncle more. It's too late, though. Uncle Koizumi would never smile at me again with his wrinkly old face, no matter how many times I called for him. He was my guardian until now. He always looked after me, making sure my efforts received proper recognition. Maybe he only did that because he couldn't help my grandfather when he was alive. Still, he was an important person to me. He wasn't just my political backing. But I didn't realize that when he was alive. I only thought of using his power for my own agenda. After he died, I realized Koizumi was my grandpa too. Provided the warmth and protection that I longed for from my own grandfather. At his funeral, I shed tears that I thought I forgot how to.
おじいちゃん、今までありがとう。
No matter how many times I called to him, he would never reply. What I can do for him at this point is complete my research. I must accomplish my goal for his sake. My grandfather's research is finally acknowledged. Uncle Koizumi's name will be known once again for being the sole supporter of this endeavor. I believe that's the best way to repay him for everything he has done. I vow to devote myself to my work even more from this day on. But, unfortunately, hardships and sadness tend to come together. It was like the tailwind that blew steadily until today suddenly became a headwind. The wind shifted far too suddenly. So strong, so cold, so sad.
どういうことなの、二郎さん。
小泉先生が入江機関設立の立役者だったのは高野さんも知ってるよね。 関係機関でなかなか承認の取れ何しろ医薬品業界で絶大な功績を挙げられた戦後日本復興の重鎮だからね。政財界に
その小泉先生が亡くなって小泉先生が通した無理やりが通らなくなったということ。
あくまでも噂なんで本当のところは僕にもわからないんだけど、一部の予算配当や
入江機関が廃止されるということ。
いや、入江機関を見直すというのは聞いたことないけど、ただ小泉先生の死後、長老たちの派閥や勢力、後継者争いがややこしくなっているってもっぱらの噂なんだ。すでにクライアントの人事にかなりの影響を与え始めてるらしいんだ。それで小泉派が主導していたプロジェクトや聖域予算に対し締め付けが行われるんじゃないかって憶測が飛び交ってるらしいんだよ。もちろんそれらは全て僕にとって雲の上の話だからね。伝え聞いた噂話でしかないんだけれど。
Oh, I'm supposed to read that part, my bad. Jiro kept saying that they were rumors, but that told me the wind's direction had changed. Or maybe Jiro already knows everything and is simply trying to warn me about it. And then at our next routine audit, Jiro made it clear with his own mouth. High-ranking government officials who had never came here before attended the routine audit along with Jiro. Just by seeing those faces, I could tell the turning point is approaching.
ご存知の通り、アルファベットプロジェクトは戦後日本の国際的な地位向上を目的としたものです。ですが、すでに昭和も50年代に至り、西暦は21世紀を間近にしております。
He meant exactly what he said. Japan has already put the past behind, and it's cutting off its ties to the ghosts that wish to resurrect the militaristic might of the pre-war era.
戦後40年間、我が国は世界への平和的貢献を模索し、国際的地位を確立するに至りました。日本は国際社会において重要なポジションを担う国家として成熟し、来世紀にはますますにその存在感を強めることでしょう。
The Alphabet Project, with the main sponsor of the area, are a couple of people who want to develop a weapon that would act as a deterrent to the nuclear weapons which Japan is forbidden to own. So they come to the area and steal one of its brain sources to tell us Japan has now renounced nuclear arms. The Area Institute will be facing a strong, cold headwind from now on. Roll of the die that came up with one on that stormy day has reappeared. I won't let the result of a die affect me. Power of my will won't be beaten by some god's roll of the dice.
よって現在時代に即した形になるようアルファベットプロジェクトの見直しを進めています。新生アルファベットプロジェクトは国際交流と経済発展の二軸からなる平和外交の見地から日本の地位向上を模索していくことになるでしょう。
All the people who hold tremendous influence in the politics and economy of Japan were burned before the war, so naturally they want to regain the glory of pre-war Japan. The very idea that we can win next time if we research the new bomb that defeated us is itself a specter of war. Now everyone already realized that. It was just that no one could speak out against the grandstanding elders they owed their gratitude towards. Soon the old will wither away and the new generation will take control. Uncle Koizumi was in a way the last remaining pillar for the old generation. His death is a chance for the new generation to step in. Things they couldn't argue openly are now being discussed. We've pointed out that from the beginning the Alphabet Project was created for the personal satisfaction of a small group of people and had sucked money out of the treasury. And so the new generation of politicians have taken over from the old.
よってアルファベットに関わるすべてのプロジェクトで今後大幅な予算の見直しが図られていくことになります。これはもちろん入江機関も例外ではありません。どうかご了解をいただけますようよろしくお願いいたします。
わかりました。私たちもスポンサーあっての研究です。どうかよろしくお願いいたします。
As equipment and staff are being provided to the Erie Institute. In other words, our research requires a huge amount of money. For those with no interest in Hinamizawa syndrome, they probably won't be able to understand why that much money is being put into the research of disgusting parasites. If they're simply going to revise our budget, that would be fine. We were receiving more than enough money. That would naturally be adjusted. It hurts, but we can endure. That's what I thought. But if just enduring it was enough, it wouldn't be a one on the die. So even in that sense, it's definitely a roll of a die coming up as one.
でありまして、この4月に新体制の理事会が発足し、全プロジェクトに対する新方針が示されました。これにつきましては、お配りします資料をご覧ください。入江機関はこれまで先進的な研究において数々の目覚ましい成果を上げられ、未知であったひなみ沢症候群の全貌解明、そして治療薬の開発を成し遂げました。理事会でもこの成果は大変に高く評価しています。これもすべて入江所長以下入江機関全職員のたゆみない努力によるものと思っております。
いえ、恐縮です。
Meanwhile, he received their congratulations. A tense atmosphere surrounded me and Irie. It's customary to start the conversation the opposite way you're planning to take it before delving into your main point to convey. If the main issue is something good, then start with something bad. Or vice versa.
入江機関の研究目的は2つありました。ひなみ沢症候群の研究と治療法の確立、そして多面運用。新生理事会はこの後者の多面運用の模索については即時の中止を決定しました。これらの研究開発が国内で行われていた事実と痕跡は今後はむしろアキレス腱になりかねません。入江機関は直ちにこれに関わるすべての研究を中止し、一切を破棄してください。
わかりました。ご指示に従います。
Irie replied that immediately. Irie was assertive about finding a cure, but was never more really interested in researching the disease's uses for military purposes. Sure, he has no qualms about concurring with such demands. But I don't agree. So research would be more limited if we're just trying to find a cure. To me, finding that cure is simply a byproduct of my larger goal of discovering everything about the syndrome.
また、入江機関につきましては、最長3年以内をめどに研究の収束を図ってまいります。
ちょっと待ってください。近年ようやくひなみ沢症候群の全貌が分かり、今まさに治療法の研究を進めているところです。確かに研究は日々進んでおりますが、3年という短い期間で確実に完成させられることをお約束はできません。
理事会では入江機関はすでに治療薬について十分な研究を完成させているという認識です。すでに入江機関は治療薬 C117 を完成させ、その臨床データを多数。
いえ、完成なんてとんでもない。まだまだ試薬の域を出ず、村人全員を治療できる。このような段階で研究終了ありきでの議論は全くもって無謀としか言いようがありません。
I'm surprised that Irie objected. Thanks to him, I didn't have to say anything. If Irie hadn't objected, I'm sure I would have shrieked in protest.
それでは入江機関には現時点では感染者全員を治療し、ひなみ沢症候群を撲滅することは不可能だということですね。
そうです。もちろん村人全員の治療とひなみ沢症候群の撲滅は、ただそれには十分な時間が必要で、そのためには無論予算も必要です。私たちは調べ、実践し、確立する仕事をしています。設計図に従ってものを作り、期間があれば必ず決まった成果が出せる仕事とは事情が違います。どうかそこを誤解なさらないようにしていただきたいです。
I guess Irie speaks out when he needs to, and what he's saying is absolutely right. Research isn't something guaranteed to produce results with money and time. But I disagree with some of the things he said. He's objecting about the time and the money, but he's basically agreeing to limit our research only towards finding a cure for Hinamizawa syndrome. That won't do. We won't unravel any mysteries that way. At that rate, the discovery of the Hinamizawa syndrome won't be recognized as my grandfather's great achievement.
なるほど。
God forbid we try to use it to save people's lives. Oh my god.
私どもにとってひなみ沢症候群という特殊現象が研究されていた痕跡と、そもそも存在していた事実についても隠蔽すべきであると考えます。 最終的にひなみ沢症候群が世間に知られることなく撲滅されるならば、そのための期間と予算は必要不可欠なものでしょう。
はい、依存ありません。
では入江機関はできるだけ早急にひなみ沢症候群撲滅を秘密裏に行えるプランと。
わかりました。早急に提出いたします。
誤解ないようにしていただきたいのは、私どもはあくまでも研究を直ちに中断させようというのではなく、
もちろん理解しております。
I was listening to their conversation. I was struck dumbfounded with something they said. Eradicating the syndrome in secrecy. It would be as though Hinamizawa syndrome never existed. My grandfather's name will never be revered by anyone. The sound of rustling papers and hushed proceedings filled the meeting room, but I only heard the ticking clock as I clutched my sweating palms. Yep. That's why she started taking more drastic measures. Because they were going to try to, you know, be really discreet about it, and she was like, we gotta make it a huge deal. Okay, 1 is done, 2 is done, 3 is almost done, 4 is done, 5 is almost done, then the last 2 are the last ones. So I guess we'll finish off 3 then, and then 4. Okay, let me see what happens with this.
今日はこれくらいにしようか。気が乗らないみたいだからね。
I'm gonna go ahead and save, just for... I think it'll automatically save after I finished each one, but Takano has been looking through the viewfinder, but I haven't seen her push the shutter at all. While she came along, I don't think she's in the mood for bird watching. Takano has been depressed ever since the announcement of the new policies at the board meeting the other day. That's understandable. Eerie Institute was created by her in the first place. It was created so that she can devote her life to researching Hinamizawa syndrome. For all that to be tossed aside while being asked to wrap up work within a few years, of course she's depressed. Besides, she can't even fully spend the rest of the time left on research. Their funding was being cut in stages. By the end, they'll barely be able to finish closing up, let alone research anything. I heard that she's the granddaughter of the late Dr. Takano. Her determination to finish her grandfather's research is what kept her going until today. Since everything has been going so smoothly until recently, this sudden change in the wind's direction must have been a total shock. The shift in people pulling the strings must be pretty serious. The board of directors was completely changed out, and she heard that people and projects influenced by the Koizumi faction were being restructured to set an example. The wind's new direction seems likely to remain for a long time. It's highly unlucky that the Koizumi faction will come back into power, so no matter what we say, it's almost impossible to expect the same kind of support for them. Takano muttered. Unfortunately, there isn't. There is nothing anybody can do.
最初、理事会では即時研究を中止という話も出たんだ。それをなんとか納得させて、
I mean, they could have just ended it right
医療
there.
機関発足で僕たちを世話してくれた人たちがね。
なるほど。一見最悪と思えるこの状況。
それで勝ち取った期間がせいぜい3年なんだ。僕も一応努力はしたんだよ。高野さんが。
それでも3年でおしまいなのね。
Maybe Takano doesn't understand how hard I tried to convince them. Because what she just said tells me the length of time left really doesn't matter to her. The important thing is the research is being stopped. The fact is that I couldn't meet her expectations and made her feel disappointed. As a man, it kind of hurts.
僕にできることは、せめて研究が畳まれるまでの数年間、心残りがないよう研究できるだけの予算をつけるための
いいのよ。それが二郎さんにできる精一杯なのなら、それでとても嬉しいわ。
Her words hurt me. I wish she'd chosen different ones, but I think that would be asking too much from someone so heartbroken. I must be understanding of her pain at times like this. Besides, I know how close she was to the deceased Koizumi-sensei. She even called him uncle. Her death is not just the start of a coup or a change in directions. She lost a person who was always looking after her. No matter how hard she pushed herself to act villainous, she wasn't supposed to be a part of this world. She was just an ordinary woman. But she was intrigued by Hinamizawa syndrome and she had to find help from someone who had more power than her to be able to continue research on it. Dark side of the world she had never should have gotten herself involved in, extended its hands out to her. She was left all by herself in that world and she's trying to put on a brave face. Sure, Takano thinks I'm unreliable. Realistically, I'm not the kind of person who can meet her expectations, nor do I have the power to. The least I can do for her is stay sincere and remain her ally until the very end. Since she had so much room to act, it's harder for her to determine what actions to take when she's cornered. I wanted to believe she wouldn't, but I'm concerned she might do something drastic eventually. I hope I can be of help to her in the very final moments before she makes her move. But I can't even gain the trust from her to do that. How pitiful and pathetic. Of course, part of it is, as a man, I want her to rely on me. But that's not really it. She's been abandoned in this world as all alone, so someone has to be her ally. If I'm the only one who knows about that, then being her ally is my job. Not really. I know her too well, so I know that she'll never ask for help. Even if she says it's unnecessary, someone has to be with her, I know that. I don't really think I'm suited for that job. I'm sure that there are many reliable people out there who are more appropriate for the position than me. But I can't let her be alone until that person appears.
高野さん、僕は
何突然どうし
それでも頼ってもらえたら。
ありがとう。でも私喋るだけでも心が軽くなるっていうの。
そうかい、ならいいんだ。
もちろん信じてるわ。理事会をうまく説得できる方法が、
僕なりにも努力してみるよ。
Why is it? I know she's such a strong person, there's something someone like me can do for her. But somehow I feel like she needs help and support right now. She looks as tough as ever, but only I, who has been taking pictures of her all this time, can tell. You find her, after all, is also a window to look into someone's heart. But if I say something like that, she'll tease me again, so I won't. Anyway, I never thought she needed support more strongly than I do right now. Okay. There's one more on 3. I think 1 and 2 are finished. So let's go ahead and finish that one. We're slowly getting through all of them. We're most of the way through, actually. I would say probably 3/4. I think we'll get really close to the end by the time I'm done today.
いえいえ、もうさっぱりです。年は取りたくないもんですな。
クレイやるときは集中してやらないとダメだよ。あんまり間を空けすぎると勘が鈍っちゃって意味ない意味ない。
先生、ご紹介します。高野さんさです。
はじめまして。本日はお忙しい中、お時間をお割きくださいましてありがとうございます。
ああ、別に君のために時間を割いたわけじゃない。うまい生ウニが食わせてもらえるって話でね。ウニはいいんだよ君。ビタミン A が豊富でね。お肌に特にいいんだとか。女性は大好きでしょ。ウニ。
It is true that sea urchins are rich in vitamin A, but compared to spinach, it's not anything that's worth making a fuss about. Well, none of that matters right now. He just seemed like an unpleasant man, so I wanted to criticize him. These men are all the directors of the Alphabet Project who control the funding for the Irie Institute. There are also people who are in the position of being able to offer their opinions to those directors. To put it simple a way, they are the new owners of the Irie Institute. Although not as much as Uncle Koizumi was, they are the leaders and influencers in various fields. I have to be very careful not to upset them. Therefore, there's no way I would have had the ability to call them in. By using the influence that the Koizumi faction once had, I finally managed to get this chance. Uncle Koizumi, who gave me his full support and made everything go my way, is not here anymore. I'm on my own from this point on, and I will open up a path, but this stage just doesn't belong to me today. I can't let the people who offer me this chance lose faith, so I have to wait patiently until it's my turn. My primary objective today is to explain what a prominent research subject the Hinamizawa syndrome is, and acquire an indefinite extension of our research. They only ever think about money, so they aren't even realizing the hidden potential of Hinamizawa syndrome. They don't recognize that it's worth spending a lot of money on. This is not mere research on the existence of an unknown parasite, but something that may overthrow the basic foundations of anthropology. Nobel Prize wouldn't even be enough. It won't be easy trying to explain all that to the men who know nothing about any of it, but I have to. That's why I spent many hours making these straightforward support documents. Sometimes we make documents confusing on purpose because they don't like dealing with uneducated people, but this time it's different. I can't look down at them. I must sincerely try to make them understand. The accessible support documents are there in a huge pile. It feels like we're wasting time eating traditional Japanese food in such a relaxed mood. I want to get to the point and explain to them in detail so they can understand. But there is the saying, luck lies in the last helping. I have to be patient right now.
正直ね、これまでのアルファベットはあまり良くないと思うのです。結局こいつは未だ頭の中が時代遅れの年寄りどものね、お砂場みたいなもんだったんですな。
年寄りどもが自分のじゃない金で過去の栄光を取り戻す夢を描くお砂場です。そんな年寄りどもの妄想のために一体どれだけの公金が垂れ流されたやら。
聞いた話じゃ、奥野先生あたりが検察をつっついて旧理事会を横領で追わせてるらしいですな。
年寄りたちをよいしょしてうまい汁を吸っていた連中の末路ですな。もっとも表沙汰にはできんでしょうから、別件で隕石左遷といった形になるんでしょうが、いやはやこれも戦前の亡霊をずっと野放しにしていた日本のツケですな。いやー、この野球にのしるもたまらない。
Ugh, they're laughing.
これ
This
は
makes
手
me
厳
want
し
to
い。
puke.
そんな中で先生にこんなお願いをするのは非常になんですが、一つお時間を頂戴できればと思いまして。
入江機関さんでしたっけ？確か長野だか岐阜の方で風土病の研究をされてるんでしたな。どういうことになってましたっけ？
理事会の決定で軍事転用研究が中止に。あと研究そのものも3年以内に段階的終了に決定しています。ああ、いえ、これは継続協議中でした。まあそのいずれにしましても数年以内に閉鎖になる予定です。
思い出した入江機関さんは旧理事会でも評判が悪かったみたいですな。何しろ莫大な予算をほとんど無審査で吸い取ってましたからね。
某大先生がどういうわけかこのプロジェクトをやたら後押しされてたみたいでしてね。その絡みもあって結局誰も文句が言えずに放置されてきたってのが実際のようです。
まあでもな、もう大先生は女癖が悪かったからそれもあったのかもしれませんな。
Is he implying that I slept with Uncle Koizumi? He's insulting both of us. But I held my anger in. Can't let myself be bothered by something like this.
それで本日は当機関の研究内容について説明させていただき、当機関に対する理事会の決定についてどうかご再考をお願いしたいと思いましてお時間を頂戴させていただきました。本日はこのような場へご多忙な中お越しいただきましたことを深く御礼申し上げます。
ま、ただでウニが出てくるわけはないってことですな。
I explained to them how much the Hinamizawa syndrome mattered while being very careful not to go too fast. I tried to let them know what the syndrome's potential is, not limited to small things like military application, but it is much more meaningful than that. I may explain ideology and religion. It may even shape the very definition of a human being. It took time to explain as slowly and clearly as possible. I'm not confident that all of it had gotten through to those boorish men, but I'm happy if they understood even just a part of it. As long as they understand how much of a magnificent discovery Hinamizawa syndrome really is.
ありがとうサンサ。なるほど。
ちょっと検討したいのでサンサには一度下がってもらってよろしいですかな。
はい。それでは 失礼させていただきます。
Obviously, they can't discuss in front of me. Left all the documents with them. All I could do now was hope they viewed them favorably. I left the room and closed the sliding door. The room next door is a preparation room, so I was to head there. But I stopped. I shouldn't have done it, but I tried to listen in through the sliding door.
こりゃなんと言いますか、全理事の皆さんも気の毒としか言いようがありませんな。
いや小泉先生がですね、非常に強く押されていまして。
小泉先生にはローベル製薬日本法人の初代顧問に就任された時に、
人間年には勝てないということですな。何事も引き際が肝心だと思い知らされますよ。
ただですね、ひなみ沢症候群という非常に珍しい病気があるのは事実でございまして、決して全てが全て妄想というわけではありませんでして。
入江機関はすでに病気の解明と治療薬の開発に成功しているというじゃありませんか。それで十分ですよ。
That's what I'm saying.
現代日本にとって周辺諸国を過敏にさせる件については厳に慎むべきです。中でも軍事分野は最も敏感と言えるでしょう。少なくとも数年間にわたり軍事目的の研究がされていた事実は直ちに抹消しなくてはなりません。
それは軍事研究の中止とは別に。
そうです。ひなみ沢症候群は生物兵器開発のための研究という事実は直ちに研究を中止したとしても残ります。ひなみ沢症候群を目的は何であれ研究した事実は厳重に隠蔽されなければなりません。できればひなみ沢症候群そのものがなくなってしまうのが好ましい
ですな。病気が残ればやがては関心を持つ者が現れ、せっかく埋めた穴をわざわざ掘り返す輩が現れないとも限りません。理事会の決定通り、入江機関は病気を撲滅させ次第、研究の痕跡を全て消した上で解散させるのがいいでしょ
う。やはりそういう結論に行き着きますな。ノーベル賞が取れるかどうかが問題ではなく、戦後日本にとって無用な研究だということです。そもそも大昔から存在し、特に異常もなくやってこれたわけでしょ。やぶをつっつく研究なのではと当初から思っていました。
同感ですな。ひなみ沢症候群という病気の存在自体は疑わないが、この私も資料を読みながらユニークな発想をする人だなぁと思っておりました。第一、寄生虫で人の思想が染まるなんて聞いたことがない。そりゃいくらなんでもひどすぎる。
動物の脳に寄生する寄生虫がいるなら、たまには人間の脳に寄生する寄生虫がいてもいいとは思う。しかしその寄生虫が思想や人格までもコントロールする可能性なんてのはさすがにこりゃちょっとユニークすぎます。
As I peeked through the gap in the sliding door, I became trapped with an inevitable sense of deja vu. It's my first time experiencing this, but it doesn't feel that way. I don't know why, but the memory is so sad. It's so painful. Huh? Huh? Why tears? I realized that I saw a very nostalgic, carpeted room on the other side of the sliding door instead of a room covered in tatami mats. The room is filled with the smell of dust mixed with the smell of some evaporated medicine, but it's very soothing to me just the same. And there is my grandfather. This article that he poured his heart into was made a mockery of, yet he wasn't even allowed to cry. This isn't a delusion. Because within the documents I left with those men, there are a lot of references to the article my grandfather wrote. So I'm not surprised for my grandfather to be standing right there explaining it to them himself. Together with my tears from seeing the sight of my beloved grandfather, I watched these men insult and belittle his masterpiece. I have seen this sight before, and the sight should have ended there. Why is it repeating before my eyes? I can only blankly peek through the sliding door at this strange world where reality and illusion overlap.
あの三叉もちょいとおかしいし、こんな世まいごとを信じた小泉先生もおかしいが、やはりこの第一発見者の論文が一番おかしいですな。
期待と妄想が入り混じっていて、これは論文というより創作の次元ですな。というか、これはこのままどこかの出版社に持ち込んで本にした方がウケると思いますよ。
確かに確かに。私の友人に出版社の社長をやってるのがいてね、きっと面白がって読んでくれると思いますよ。
笑い事ではありませんぞ、皆様方。このとんでもない研究がまかり通って巨額の予算が数年間にもわたって投じられていたのですからな。特にひどいのは、万一の場合に備えて相当危険な機材を用意しているという点です。これは絶対に国民に知られてはならないことです。
計画が存在しただけでも恐ろしいのに、終末作戦なんて緊急措置の存在を知られてしまったら、国外は愚か国内世論も敵に回すことになるだろうね。しかもその機材の維持費がすごいことになってるじゃないか。
そんなの本当に維持費にしてるわけないじゃないですか。そういう名目にしてトンネルしてる架空プロジェクトでしょ、どうせ。
大体何でしたっけ。少女が一人死ぬだけで村人が一斉に異常行動を起こす病気なんて、あなたどこの漫画の話ですか。
まったくこんな子供騙しを鵜呑みにして巨額の予算を垂れ流すとはつくづくいかんと思いますな。こんな資料を真に受ける連中がいるというんだから、実にバカバカしいことです。
As he said that, he placed the documents down with an exaggerated gesture. Actually, I should say he slammed them down, because the papers ended up scattered all over the floor.
ですよな。
Yeah, I got tired earlier, so I only did like half of what I was supposed to stream, so I'm streaming again now. One of the men stood up and stepped on the papers. Oh no. And they weren't the papers on the tatami mats, but the ones on the carpet. Right there I could see my grandfather filled with heart-rending sadness. Yet he can't let it show on his face. Grandfather's expression didn't change. It seemed distorted to me. I could see the walls of my grandfather's study crumpling and twisting behind him. I jumped into the room. Grabbed onto the man's legs. I don't hate him. No, it's not whether I hate him or not. Sure, I hate him, but that's not it. I just can't forgive the feet stepping on my grandfather's article.
踏まないで踏まないで。おじいちゃんが頑張って書いたんだから、足で踏んだりしないで。
His feet are still stepping on those papers. I tried to make them move, but they won't even budge as if they've grown roots. So I begged as I grabbed onto his legs. I tried to pull the papers from under his feet, but I can't move his feet. I can't pull out the papers.
踏まないで踏まないで。おじいちゃんの踏まないで。
My sobbing echoed into that silent room, just like it did back then. As I said, I almost feel bad for her. Until the part where she becomes an entirely complete psycho bitch and just starts killing everyone. And then I'm like, nah, can't feel bad for you no more. Nope. Nope, that ship has sailed. Let's see. 4 is done. 5. Fourth year's curse is required. Move is required. Ah. Okay. Let's try to finish everything on 5, I guess, and then we can save pages 6 and 7 for tomorrow. Because there's not too much left on 5. I don't know what to do. My name is Ichiro Maebara, and I am hopelessly lost. Oh no. Kingdom he was on a tour to find a lot for a vacation home. When the realtor finished exploring some details, he told us to walk until our departure time. Such beautiful scenery and fresh air. It left my sense guide me, and here I am. Where am I? Me. I have a terrible sense of direction. I still have a little time before the departure, but I am completely lost. This is basically the middle of nowhere, but people actually do live here. If I keep walking, I should run into somebody, then I can ask for directions. Don't worry. The only thing I need to keep in mind is the departure time for the bullet train. But the more time passes, the more I start to think I was being too optimistic about running into somebody. I can't find anybody at all. Yeah, I'm walking farther and farther away from people, where people are. In which case I'm in serious trouble. So upon hearing someone's voice, I felt immensely relieved. Sounds like little girls are playing nearby. If it's a place where little kids can play, it must be a safe village. Safe. I followed those voices. Upon rounding... Oh, that's pretty! The wild pampas grass, I can see a beautiful field. 2 girls are playing there. They're dancing in the field filled with the blooming wildflowers. What I'm seeing is more beautiful than any of the great works of art I've ever seen put together. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but this looks holier than any religious painting. Why is that seeing innocent girls dance around like this makes people feel this way? It's probably because we're sinners. You can't live with pleasure and glory alone. We sin even as we live. That's why we feel awed by the sight of innocence. It reminds us of the time when we were pure. We grow up naturally, and we lose innocence as we do. We admire and adore the children who symbolize that which we've lost. Me. She's so cute! I just want to give her pata-pata-patas. Head pata-patas. Oh, it's on you! So he can see her. Sorry. I'm not suspicious, I swear. No, I'm not. Don't turn me in. I really wasn't staring. I was using this mirror to fix my hair. The girls teased me for a while, and when they got tired of doing that, they went back to dancing around. Realizing that whatever I said would backfire, I decided to leave them alone and sat down to watch them play. I wonder how old they are. They seem rather young, but maybe they could be close to Keiichi's age. If we move here, Keiichi might meet them at school. If he would see them at school, then they were girls that lived here. If all the children he was on are like them, even if living a rural life may have some challenges, there's a good reason for us to move here. We're not very good parents. We didn't understand what Keiichi was going through and left him alone until the very end. Went to the parenting book I bought. The first few problems are calls for help. It doesn't matter what the action itself is, but the fact that those actions are occurring is a primitive appeal for the child seeking communication. Humans can speak, and that's one of the reasons why we don't notice such signs. We can only hear words through our ears, and we can't sense the signs coming from our son's heart. Keiichi probably thinks it's all his fault. Of course, he's not absent of blame. Humans aren't dogs or cats. We should know what's right and what's wrong. But it's our fault too, as his parents. To let him think that he had to go that far for us to be able to understand him is really pathetic and disappointing of us. If we had understood him and hadn't cornered him, Keiichi wouldn't have done that. So the incidents weren't only Keiichi's fault. Everyone in the Maybara family was to blame. I want to explain that to him, but he's still too young and hot-headed to be able to understand. Right now, the guilt he's feeling is basically crushing him under its weight. He doesn't even have the will to live. My wife is the same. She's blaming herself for forcing him to study for better grades. She thinks that's why the incidents took place. And I'm no different. I'm blaming myself for not being involved in my son's education. I think that's why the incidents took place. The cross will be forever on our shoulders, and even after the injured child accepts our apologies. Yet our cold society would tell us to die under the weight of that cross. Even so, we have to live. We have to accept our sins and carry our burdens on our shoulders. Maybe we can start a new life here in this village. I thought about all that as I watched the girls dance. Heiichi needs friends like them. Friends like those girls who will offer him so much more than the friends who only talked about cram schools and exam results. The girls are playing near a sign that doesn't fit into this open field. It's a sign about lots for sale, and the name of the realtor who brought me here to the tour is written on it. Does that mean we can live even in this beautiful area if we want to? One of the girls spoke as if reading my mind.
ここはいい村なのですよ。きっと都会にはなかったものがあるのです。
Yeah, that's right. I think so too.
でも、この村にないものをきっと都会のあなたが持ってきてくれる気がするのです。
Do we have anything?
ありますのですよ。
あおあお。
僕たちはこの村で何百年間もこうしています。そこには誰も訪れず、何も起こりませんです。だから何も起きないし、何も変えられない。
Isn't that what's good about this place?
何かを変わりたいと思うからこの村に来たのじゃないのですか？
Yeah, you're right about that.
僕たちも新しい人を迎えたい。それは例えるなら水の流れ出ぬ沼の堰を破るようなもの。水は出入りがあるからこそ清水となる。確かにこの村は明治のついこの間まで沼の名前がついた村でしたのです。でもそれが変わり、ひなみ沢という地名に変わりましたのです。沼の水は流れずよどむ。でも沢の水はよどまない。
それにね、あなたたちが教えてくれるのよ。堰は破れるものだ、破るものだってね。
Are they playing riddles with me? I have no idea what they're trying to say. But there's one thing I know. The villagers are waiting for new people to come here and they want to build a future with those newcomers. I looked at the sign behind the girls one more time, so that I'd remember this place. I've already decided.
引っ越してくるのを待っていますですよ、苗原。
ああ、いたいた。お客さん、こんな遠くまで行ったらダメですよ。
A raspy voice from the distance ended this innocent moment. It's the realtor. I guess he's been looking for me because I didn't return. Sorry about that. I got lost. I apologized while scratching my head. I turned around to look for the girls, but they weren't there anymore. So that's kind of why he decided to move there. Interesting information. Not like detrimental or anything, but it's nice. Alright, we're gonna do this one, and then I think I'm gonna call it a night. Whew, I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs.
これが学校なのかよ。すげえな。さすが田舎だな。
Keiichi, don't say stuff like that. People in this area love coming here. That was my first impression of the Hinamizawa branch school. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like a school at all. It even has a sign that says Hinamizawa Forestry Service.
まあ確かに我が校は営林署さんの敷地をお借りしておりますからの。
Said the man they called the principal as he laughed heartily.
学び屋は違っても学校であることは同じです。前原くんがこれまで通われていた学校とはいろいろルールが違うと思いますが、大丈夫ですか？
はい。
I heard all the grades are put in the same classroom at this school. I didn't believe it, but I think it really is true. They're all younger than I am, so I guess it'll be like kindergarten. Though it'll be interesting compared to my previous school where everyone looked the same age.
前原くんが転校してきたら男子の中では最年長になると思います。ですので自分の勉強だけでなく下級生たちの模範になるよう示さなければなりません。下級生は上級生の悪い癖をすぐに真似します。
As kids do.
先生もそこは厳しく注意していますから、前原くんも下級生に悪い影響を与えないよう常に襟を正していてくださいね。
わかりました。努力します。
Keiichi, what she means is that textbooks aren't the only thing you learn from. As a member of the class and also as an older student, you have to be a good example. I know that already. After that, Chie-sensei brought us to an empty classroom and showed me where my desk would be. Since we're all still growing, I'm sure our sizes are very different. There are some desks that are way too small for me to even put my legs under, and also some that are just perfect for me. There are approximately 30 desks in here. Since all the different grades are in the same room, I'm sure it's very lively. It's also a wall full of calligraphy and art from different grades. It's all pretty exciting, nothing like my previous school. Reminds me of the days when I truly enjoyed my school life.
父さん、俺気に入ったよ。やっぱり町の学校よりこっちの学校の方がいいや。
I think my son likes it here. I want him to go to this school too.
そうですか。沖宮の学校の方が設備もちゃんとしていますし、立派な先生方もたくさんおられますのに。
Even while saying that, Chie-sensei looked happy to hear that a new student would be transferring into her class. My father and the teachers went back to the teacher's office to get the transfer process going. In the meantime, I decided to stay in the classroom and look around. I didn't care about the move. I'd lost the will to live because of what I did. I didn't have any willpower and I couldn't even get out of bed. So my parents told me about the move, and I thought that wouldn't change anything. But after the move, something did change. I want to restart my life. I want to restart my life and become someone I've always wanted to be. Here in Hinamizawa and at the school, I can do that. I'm not going back to who I was. I'll never again think that good grades are the most important thing in this world. I have a feeling that I can learn the things that are really important in life here at this school. I never had the chance to learn them before now. It's almost embarrassing to put into words. But they're extremely valuable things, and if you don't learn them, you won't become a decent adult. The students at this school learned them a long time ago. To them, they're a given. Yet I have to spend time learning about them even at this age. How to make friends, how to play with friends, to play. Things you can only learn from play. Things like socializing with others, etc., etc. Seems so easy, but it'll take me a while to learn them. I pushed those things aside and devoted myself to studying. I'm not trying to say studying isn't important, but you shouldn't become blinded by it. If someone says studying and good grades are the most important things in life, he's talking bullshit. I agree. So I can restart my life here at this school. Finally, I can become someone I've always wanted to be. I noticed two girls looking in at me through the window. The schoolyard must be a playground for these children because I saw a lot of them playing there earlier. I guess those two noticed me walking around the classroom and became curious. I guess that's natural. I'm a stranger to them. Should I say hello and let them know that I'm starting school next Monday?
ようやく引っ越してきたのです。僕は待ち疲れたのですよ。でもこれでまた変わってくるのです。だって圭一はサイコロの6なのですから。6ではありますですが、圭一の振るサイコロは1がよく出上がりますです。圭一が悪いわけではありませんのです。
So is it like
全部羽生が悪いのです。
she started off like fully visible, but then
圭一に謝れなのです。
over time as she used her powers, she just loses basically most of her sense of self and becomes invisible to everyone. She said my name, didn't she? Did I hear her wrong? I've never met her before. She's so cute.
よろしくな。前原圭一ってんだ。今度の月曜から来ることになると思うぜ。仲良くしてくれよな。
仲良くしましょうってのです。圭一にフルデ神社の巫女さんがありがたいお告げなのです。転校初日は教室の扉が鬼門なので入るときは注意なのです。あと椅子の背中に画鋲、机の中にはカエルのおもちゃまで入ってます。でも何度警告しても圭一は何度でも引っかかるのです。月曜日はかわいそうかわいそうなのです。
だから面白いのだけれど、たまにはそんな運命も打ち破ってみて。あなたがそれを教えてくれるのよ。あまたの世界の一つでね。
は
Daichi's like, what the fuck? The fuck are you talking about? I'll be reminded of the prophecy made by two girls next Monday because of the actions of a snaggletooth girl. I'll realize it too late though. But I like it here. My name is Keiichi Maebara. This is my new beginning, and this time I'm going to enjoy it to the fullest. I've been missing out on so much, but I'm going to learn all of these things here. I'm going to absorb all of it. And I'll become someone I've always wanted to become. It may take a very long time, but I'll definitely do it. Wow. What a nice chapter. I love when we get nice chapters, because so many of them are like horrific and terrible. And I'm just like, yay, we get a little nice one now. Alright, so that's the end of page 5. So now we have page 6. We're going to be starting with this one next time. But I think ending it there is good, so that way I know exactly where we're starting, and we can just go through all of those, starting with page 6 and 7 next time. And I think most of that is going to be like the ending fragment stuff anyway, so which is stuff that is going to go into like the ending. So I think it's important for me to like take more time to to like actually take my time on that part, because it's going to be like really important to what's going on. We're gonna raid Lay Shroom. It's been a minute, but she's another witchy VTuber. A mushroom witchy VTuber, so she has a lot of foresty vibes like I do. She's really sweet. She is playing Borderlands, apparently, which I've never played, but I'm sure it's cool. I'm sure it's fun. I've heard good things about it. But yeah, I'm glad I was able to at least get through all of these, and it was really good for me to take a break in the middle, so I appreciate you all supporting me through the before and after, even though the scheduled time is weird, but now I get to go rest some more, and then we get to play some more tomorrow, so I am excited to see how this is going to turn out by the end. We have a lot of things still left to learn and left to see. So, yep, we're getting close, guys. We're getting close. Finally, after like 5 years of me playing this damn game. Actually, more. It's been more than that. Help. But yeah, thank you guys so much for supporting the stream, for lurking, for talking, chatting. I appreciate it. Thank you, Nert, for the raid. And I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye!